welcome everyone to PMPL South Asia Spring 2023. My name is Shadow and alongside me is going to be Blotter. Blotter, it's day number 5, the day we were waiting for, the day of the bonus match where the teams will get the chance to play the bonus match, but only top 12 teams. Who are going to be the top 12 teams? We'll find out today.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday we were talking about it, NB Esports sitting almost at that 12th junction, and then again, so many changes that are going to be seen today. Today is an exciting day. Today is the final day for week 1. We've got the first Vikendi that's going to be played, like you perfectly mentioned, between the top 12 teams at the end of the day. So yeah, super duper excited and can't wait to get into Vikendi actually by the end.
Well, certainly, on the previous 4 days, our entire focus was on the top teams, the teams who are on the top or who are on the bottom. But today, our focus is going to be on the teams who are somewhere between the 10th. Important. But looking at the overall schedule, we have 3-week league stages. 4 days already over. We are into the 5th day, that is 26. After that, bonus match will happen. Then we have a day off. Then week 2 will start and everything will reset. So that is how teams are going to qualify for the grand finals. And in the grand finals, we have the prize money.
Absolutely, and talk about this lump sum prize pool right there with $80,000 on the line. Along with that, of course, that 80,000 is going to be divided between the teams themselves, but the MVP walks away with $1,000. And during the league stages, the teams are going to be, of course, provided with $2,000 per team. So quite a lot of chunk of money that is being divided and subdivided between these teams. But in all of that, moving away from the money and jumping into the real deal, that is the weekly bonus points that are going to be awarded each week for weekly ranking. And that basically implies the Vikendi map that is going to be played today between the top 12 teams. Well, they are the ones who are going to be getting those points, those bonus points. And by the end of the 3-week league affair, when we jump into the finale itself, that is where these points are going to come into play, because the teams that have played the bonus games will start off their finals journey with the points they've accumulated by playing the bonus game of Vikendi.
Well, certainly the bonus game of Vikendi, but only top 12 teams, only top 12 teams are going to play Vikendi. That is where the bonus points are going to be awarded. In the long run, they are going to help you in qualifying for the grand finals. But how do you get these points? By earning the points. But this time we have a different point structure. That is going to be the first place is going to get the 10 points, second is going to get 6 points, third is going to get 5 points. And this major change in the point structure is going to bring the entire focus towards the elimination points. That is where the teams have to focus, because if you are not getting the elimination points, as in the case of Bad Intention, they are not able to get the elimination points. That is where they are sitting on the bottom of leaderboard.
Absolutely. And that is something, again, this is the question that we'll actually get into, Shadow, later on once 2 to 3 games are done for the day, as we jump into the final 2 games, because this is going to be a critical question to answer as to what exactly is going to go down. Because let's move on to the overall ranking. It's going to be much clearer as we talk about it to the viewers as well. We know that the top 10 teams, they're looking very confident. I mean, they've got a decent amount of point structure for themselves. They've got a decent amount of lead for themselves. So top 10, we don't have to worry about. But then after that, 11th, Venom DE sitting with 88 points. NB Esports on the 12th, sitting with 82 points. And then after that, we've got TRZ, SITM, DEADEYES Guys, Illuminate Crew, Esports. Quite a lot of them that are going to be sitting below that. And the points just keep on faltering down. So a huge pressure point is what the teams that are going to be sitting on the 11th to the 15th are going to be facing today.
Well, certainly the point difference between NB Esports and TRZ is going to be 8 points, and it keeps on increasing. So they do have some buffer points extra in their favor that is going to help them if they have the consistent performance in the 5 games of today, or 4 games for them for today. So yes, definitely NB Esports are looking very good. Abrupt Slayers, maybe going by the stats, they will get the chance to play the bonus match. But other teams like TRZ, they have started showcasing a tremendous improvement in their performance. And if that continues, maybe they can topple over NB Esports.
Indeed, and with that, let's talk about the teams. That as we are bringing up teams themselves, let's move on ahead and talk about Stalwart right now, because Stalwart Esports, the way they, of course, yesterday played a perfect game for themselves, back-to-back chicken dinner, 165 points is what they're at, only 10 points shy of where 4MV is at, sitting on the top position. And again, the gameplay was clearly indicative of the fact that, Stalwart Esports is a team you do not want to come around in the battleground, because this team is going to mow you down. This team is such an oiled machine. I mean, they've got the synergy down to the core. They've got those flank angles covered. Even if one of their players is down, like we see IC down here, they still are detrimental to any team that is going to be faced by them.
Well, certainly, Stalwart Esports, they're having a fantastic run. The only difference between their points and 4MV is 10 points. They are only 10
Right.
points away from the top spot. If they manage to have the consistent run today, also, I think they can topple over 4MV. They can grab that top spot in the leaderboard because when it comes to stats, I think for Stalwart Esports are having consistent run in all three maps. Erangel, Miramar,
True.
Sanhok, be it any map, they are having a consistent performance. So Stalwart Esports are looking fantastic. On the other side, 4MV, they are showcasing a very impressive performance, especially in Miramar.
Absolutely. But from that conversation, let's move on ahead towards T2K going up against Abrupt Slayers. Now, both these teams are so very close. 92 points for, of course, Abrupt Slayers, 98 points for the side of T2K. And the damage received, look at that, ASL. 3,893 damages, all that they've been a part of, but compare that to, of course, the damage dealt, which is going to be 13,000, almost as close to the firepower being showcased from T2K, which is going to be at 15K. So definitely a very synchronized play being showcased right here from Abrupt Slayers team itself. And of course, as we mentioned, 92 points is making them sit on the 10th position, whereas for T2K, they're sitting on the 8th position. So today, again, that race is going to be on. And talking about T2K, they're only 1 point shy of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming sitting on the 7th position. So quite a lot of changes that we're going to be seeing today between these teams because of the way the points are so very close and the number of matches. Well, there aren't many for these teams. In total, all 20 teams are going to be playing 4 games today before we jump into, of course, the bonus map of Vikendi.
Well, certainly, the leaderboard is quite volatile right now. Anything can happen. Any team can come over any other team. But talking about ASL, Abrupt Slayers, they didn't perform really good on day number 3 because they got only 6 points for themselves. Other than that, I think Abrupt Slayers are looking fantastic, especially in Miramar where they shine the most. On the other side, T2K, their strong point is Erangel. So I think if they are able to capitalize on the strong maps, I think they are going to have a consistent run on day number 5 also.
Hopefully, we would love to see that happen because both these teams, they've been struggling and then have risen up to the occasion and, of course, utilized the perfect opportunity that was provided to them in the battleground itself, and they took it by a storm. But that, again, cannot really be said for the side of SITM. I would like to say Elementrix has started showcasing a little bit of a rise, but you know what? We'll continue the conversation later because right now we need to talk about the beautiful skins that are going to be showcased through this promo. There we have it. Of course, all of it is right now available in the game itself. Just go right ahead, start grabbing all that because that loot is going to be helping you create a bling. The fashion is going to be, of course, showcased right there in the battleground as you mow down your opponents. But from that, let's take the conversation back onto the leaderboard itself, where we were talking about the top 12 teams. I wanted to bring up teams like SITM, who have not really had. They had a really good start, actually. Let me correct myself. But then, as the journey continued on, even with a chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken, they fell long down because they're sitting on the 14th position now with 66 points. So quite a lot that can be anticipated from them, but will it happen or not? Well, the next few hours is going to confirm that.
Well, certainly they are going to confirm, but having a look at the schedule, the first match is going to be Miramar, where Group E will be sitting out. Then we have Erangel, then Miramar, then Sanhok, and then again Erangel, and then we have the bonus match of Vikendi. And if you guys are wondering who get the chance to play Vikendi, only top 12 teams will get the chance to play the Vikendi and earn some bonus points for themselves. But now the dreaded question, Blotter, the prediction, quick prediction for the first game.
All right, so the first game we are looking at, of course, Stalwart Esports. Let's get another one.
Okay, you are going with Stalwart Esports. Since it's Miramar, I want to go with either Leo Esports or 4MV. Okay, I'll go with 4MV because yesterday was not their day. I'm very sure they're looking for a comeback. So 4MV.
All right. I was myself actually confused because from Group C, I wanted to choose a team. I knew that for a fact because there's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in there. There's Stalwart Esports in there. There's also Illuminate Crew in there. But Illuminate Crew have been a little better on the map of Miramar compared to I don't know though. I mean, the ratio that has been showcased in terms of the stats that are available, it just does not line up with Illuminate Crew. There is a chance Skylight Gaming I just hope they don't take it away from us, at least from me, because we are a bit of a rivalry right here on the analyst desk based on the predictions, Shadow.
Well, certainly. Stalwart Esports and 4MV both are the top two teams, and let's see if they are going to get the first match in their pocket or if it's going to be some other team from the bottom. I would love to see a team from the bottom of the leaderboard come up on the very first game, deliver a 10 finish performance with a chicken dinner, or maybe 16 or 19 finishes with them. So let's hope everyone gives their best performance in this particular one. So let's see where
True.
the first flight path is going to be there, because when it comes to Miramar, the flight path and the circle is going to matter a lot.
Well, as you bring up, teams that are that you would want to see a bit of a rise from. Mabitex is one that could be picked up. I mean, they've
Yeah.
showcased some real inclination to, be the best. I mean, they already from day one were doing fabulous when it came down to the rotations they were making. But then from day three onwards, they also started jumping into the fights and being a little bit more aggressive. Sitting on the 9th position with 95 points, I would love to see them rise up, as they can go all the way to the 5th position as well by the end of the day. Along with that, of course, we do have DEADEYES, who are sitting on the 15th position with 65 points. A very big opportunity that maybe today, the 4 games that are available to them, they should be able to grasp, but it's easier said than done. Looking at the map itself and the zone itself, a very accustomed zone right now, a comfortable zone to start the day off for all of these teams. But where exactly is this going to be taking the game down? Because right now, if you talk about the map itself, we do have Venom DE sitting at Puerto Paracio, another team. Now, Venom DE is another team that needs to do really, really good today. They are in the top 12, sitting on the 11th position. Right below them is NB Esports. But sitting on the 11th position is almost like a tiebreaker. You don't know if you're going to be sitting there by the end of the day or not. They need to climb up. They need to be in the top 8 at least if they want to solidify their probability of participating in the bonus game itself, which is going to be played on Vikendi by the end of the day. So tough luck situation for a few of these teams sitting on the 10th, 11th, and 12th. But apart from that, moving away to a team that has been doing pretty phenomenal for themselves. We saw them in the head-to-head as well. T2K, a team that you do not want to mess around with, especially if they've got a really good position and zone. Then they are a team that you do not want to mess around with, and they've showcased this time and time again, from Jane to Sandesh to the entirety of the team itself are flawless when it comes to the execution of it, until they get, of course, third partied or start losing out on their players.
Well, certainly, talking about T2K, inconsistencies have been coming from their side, because day number 1, they got 24 points, day number 2, only 18 points. Then on day number 3, they started showcasing a comeback, delivering very good, fantastic performance, grabbing 38 points. But day number 4, again, a downfall was seen from the side of T2K with only 18 points in a single day. So T2K, they need to work on the consistencies. I think other than that, I think everything is working perfect for the players of T2K. On the other side, IHC, talking about this particular team also, Blotter, IHC, they had fantastic run on day number 1. They were somewhere on the top,
True.
having chicken dinner for themselves with good elimination points. But suddenly, we saw a major downfall yesterday from their side. They were not able to perform at all.
At all. That is so on point, of course. And I mean, another way you can twist this conversation is that, as I'd say, they were kind of around there struggling, but still showcasing some signs of improvement. And of course, the aggressive streak was already there, but that was only till the time 4 Miracle Vibes started vibing in the lobby, right? Same was
Yeah.
the case for Stalwart Esports, and those two teams, they rose up to the occasion and utilized it again and again consistently. For IHC, it's been a very rough roller coaster ride. I mean, at times when they start popping off heads, they're looking phenomenal. They're looking really good. They're looking very much in control. But when they are not, that's when the entirety of IHC, I mean, Demo, Godless, Yol, Alex, they just completely falter down. It's almost as if the synergy from the side of the team has been lost, because we've seen that on day 3, day 2 itself. By the end of the day, that showcased a little bit of a resilience to not wanting to participate in fights unnecessarily. But then on day 3, they did the same exact thing. So a bit of a troubled team is what I am looking at when it comes to IHC's gameplay.
And if I'm not wrong, they got only 9 points on day number 4. That is yesterday. And this is
Yes.
something very shocking from the side of IHC, because look at the stats. Day number 1, 39 points, day number 3 43 points, and cut
Hmm.
short to day number 4 only 9 points. So I see they have to find the feet again inside the game. They have to figure out what is going wrong with them, because the clutch moments we have seen from the set Godless with those DBS shots, I think this team do have the capability, they do have the skills, and when a team of that caliber is not able to deliver the performance as per our expectations, we ought to complain a bit. And whenever we complain, the team suddenly starts performing. So as casters, we need to take privilege of that. Whenever we criticize any team, the very next game they get a chicken dinner. So maybe this game could be the game of IHC.
Oh, okay, okay. This is some black voodoo stuff going on right here. But whatever the case be, I mean, I'm sure Scarlet, which is not going to be behind us because it worked out for the team. I mean, I'm sure the fans are going to be really elated as well. Another point I actually wanted to bring up when you were talking about the teams and their performance and everything. Now, that based on the way the point structures have changed over the years and seasons of PMPL, earlier we always, and the fans themselves always wanted to see the teams that are good to be always in the top 3 to the top 5, always contesting for that position. Now, the way the format is, the teams can actually relax as well. I mean, we're being a little brutal to IHC, but in the end, they have qualified for the bonus game. They're sitting on the 6th
Yeah.
position. So, for the league plays, I mean, all they can focus on is try and do as much of experimentation and crazy strats as possible. Maybe that's what IHC is trying to do, which we are going to see in the end during the finale itself, because the bonus game is what you need to qualify for. Most important is that the leaderboard that we are looking at right now, viewers, it will not factor in. By the end of the day, it is only going to factor in the top 12 teams, and that is it. Once you are part of the top 16, that is also based on, of course, if you play consistently and participate in the bonus games. So all this is just to qualify for the bonus games. All the days that we're looking at, from day 1 all the way till day 5, fifth game, fifth match, all the games that are taking place are not to be on the top of the leaderboard. Try and reserve your strats and just be in the top 12. That is it.
Well, certainly. One more thing is there. When you raise the bar of expectation so high, the performance which IHC delivered on the very first day, they raised the bar of expectation so high, we ought to complain when they are not delivering. But looking at the stats, Erangel, IHC always perform on the map of Erangel really good. It's a Miramar that is giving them a bit of trouble, because the both chicken dinner they have on day number 1 and I think on day number 3 also, both are in the map of Erangel. So it's Miramar they need to focus on a bit, because Sanhok is also going decent for the players of IHC. It's just a
True.
Miramar that is giving them a bit of trouble.
It is giving them a lot of trouble, right? Because I mean, you talk about the way the rotations are taking place from the side of that team. At times, they try and stick around from day 1 till day 3. I've noticed from the side of IHC, they tried to stick outside the zone itself and stick at the edges of the zone, and then they completely shifted that around and went into a complete recluse mode on day 4. That was yesterday, where they were not able to showcase anything at all. So today, I mean, yeah, they've got a lot of options. See, the best part for IHC is, first things first, of course, the experience that they come into the battleground with, and the lads, each and every single player of IHC, has that sort of a caliber to be able to lead the team all by their lonesome as well. But in this PMPL SA spring season 2023, it's going a little bit of a chaotic ensemble for them. But you know what? All of that chucked aside, it seems like we are going to be rehosting the game right now. There has been an issue, I believe, from the players' side, and we've decided to rectify that error and give them a clean slate. So we're going to be, of course, rehosting the game, and that means everything that you saw and witnessed right now in the Miramar game, well, it's all going to be taking place once again. The flight path is going to be drawn once again, and we'll come back to that. But right now, again, I mean, the way you were talking about IHC, I still have hopes. I still think that they are just keeping their strategies reserved, and then we'll see them pop off heads as we jump into week 2. Hopefully, though, I don't know.
Well, going by the performance, one day they performed really good. This next day they don't perform. Yesterday the performance was not up to the mark. So technically they should perform today. They should deliver
Right.
a 40 marker or maybe more than 40 points on day number 5. And like you pointed out, they are definitely going to play the bonus match. So they are going to be rewarded by the bonus points. But other teams also, few of other teams that are not able to perform are NB Esports. Yesterday they got
Oh,
only
yes.
6 points. Even NB Esports, inconsistency is coming from their side as well.
Oh, big time inconsistency coming in from the side of NB Esports, and that is something that I hope that would change from them, because yesterday they showed a little bit of a sign of comeback from them. I mean, a little bit of understanding that, all right, we cannot just survive on what we did on day one. We need to be participating in the fights as well, and that is what we saw from NV Esports yesterday. But that's just not going to be enough, because like we've been mentioning again and again, for the side of NV Esports, they're sitting at 82 points right now at the 12th position. Of course, we're looking at top 12 by the end of the day. Now, 82 sitting on the 12th position makes them, for now participate in the bonus matches. But they need to continue that throughout the entirety of the day and keep bringing in those points. And if not, then sadly they will not be able to, participate in that Vikendi game, which in turn is going to definitely not be the right thing for them, because that's a deserving team. The showcase that they did on day one, that was just so very good to see.
Well, certainly they do deserve, but one more team that really performs good on the map of Miramar is Leo Esports, because they have the second highest points in Miramar after 4MV. 4MV, they have 80 points, and Leo Esports, they have 71 points. They have a fantastic run whenever it comes to Miramar, but in Erangel, well, Leo Esports, they are struggling with only 19 points. Sanhok is also going decent for Leo Esports, not too shabby, not too shiny, decent. But it is Erangel that is giving a lot of trouble to the players of Leo Esports. Yes, they're in the top 4, but as soon as possible you work on your weak maps, in the long run it is going to award you.
I would definitely agree. And for Leo Esports as well, the journey and the storyline is very straightforward. On day one, they popped off heads. They were looking like the most sophisticated team out there that nobody's going to be able to, bang along and, of course, get their way. But now, with 110 points, they're looking comfortable. They're sitting in the top 5. And in fact, they've actually crossed IHC as well. So it gives you a clear understanding of the performance bar that has been raised right here in PMPL South Asia. Compared to, of course, how it was earlier, the teams have become so much more resilient to the kind of beating that a team like IHC, Seal Esports would be taking on. But in all of that, of course, we can also mention the name of STE. Stalwart players are still there. Same players have played against IHC's players as well. So the dynamics over here are a little, itchy. Because if team like STE can update themselves and, of course, understand what's going on with the meta, and, of course, uplift themselves based on what the lobby is doing, and that's the reason why they're able to compete against a team like 4MV. Whereas teams like Seal Esports, again, let's leave Seal Esports aside because they've had a lot of trouble with the changes of the players. But IHC, for that matter, definitely needs to be in the crosshair as to you still can and you still have the caliber. So what is going wrong? What is missing? These are very important questions to be raised, especially on day 5.
Well, certainly, maybe they'll perform really good on this particular day, but looks like the match has been rehosted, and the lobby is ready. The players are ready. Soon we'll be joining the players in the map of Miramar. And talking about Miramar and Seal Esports, they always perform really good whenever it comes to Miramar, because that is where they have the maximum points. They're really struggling in Sanhok and Erangel. But when it comes to Miramar, I think Seal Esports performed really decent. So I think, just like other teams like Leo Esports, even Erangel is not their strong point. If Seal Esports are able to do something similar to Leo Esports, get a chicken dinner for yourself in Miramar every single time, deliver a very consistent performance, I think they can still find themselves in top 5 in the coming week.
Well, in the coming week, that is, of course. But right now, it seems now that we are rehosting the game, I would definitely like to change my graph and bar and raise the bar in favor of IHC Esports. So, production, my prediction needs to change because the game has updated, and so shall I. My prediction is going to be IHC Esports. You know what, Shadow? I have been motivated now. I feel confident that, all right, today is the day IHC is going to be able to make it. I don't know. Just based on the conversation that we just had, I just have this feeling that today they are going to rise to the occasion and they are going to definitely deliver some massive blows to their opponent teams.
I have no doubt in that. No second thought. Definitely IHC, they are going to perform today. But on the map of Miramar, you do know that Miramar is not their strong point. It's Erangel.
Yeah, I know, but then again, what I'm expecting is change. So a change is better.
Well, I hope they do perform on Miramar. But talking about the circle, looks like the circle is going to favor the players of TRZ and DEADEYES guys. At the same time, Maptex Esports, because all three teams are somewhere towards the northern side, Maptex or towards the side of Torre Emuda. Then we have the players of DEADEYES little southwards to them, and TRZ. Well, looks like they are heading towards the side of El Hezar. So this circle is definitely in their favor. But speaking of TRZ, also Blotter, TRC recently they have started showcasing a phenomenal performance when it comes to the fight, initial fights at least. Survival is something that is giving trouble to the players of TRC because they are not able to survive for very long in the game. But the initial fight which they take, well, that's a very coordinated, synergetical fight because every single
True.
time they are able to win it. So I'm looking for big things from the side of TRZ also.
I have to second that conversation and argument because TRZ and especially Mad Cat coming in from TRZ is the guy who's I've seen lead the charge so many a times. You know, he's the assaulter. He's the one who's always opening things up and taking things onto himself to be able to, of course, give that cover to Mamba, to Steel Shot, and of course, Rare X is also around the corner to be that to be the support that's of course necessary for TRZ. But overall, you're so on point. I mean, the aggressiveness that has been showcased on the side of TRZ. Once again, I'd like to say huge props to Madcat, the way he opens the fight up, and then Mamba and Steel Shot cover those flanks. It is definitely commendable. But then again, you know, today we compared TRZ's performance. I mean, we were talking about TRZ, but I would like to actually compare TRZ's performance to the teams that are right next to them as well. So TRZ is sitting on the 13th spot for right now. That is 13th spot right now. So for them, right below them is SITM, DEADEYES guys. Comparatively, TRZ has been doing a lot better than SITM and DEADEYES guys lately. For NB Esports and Venom DEADEYES, that is going to be sitting right above TRZ. It is going to be a very difficult climb for TRZ as well to get into the top 12 because the teams that are above TRZ, they are not going to be easy to falter down. Maptex Esports, ASL, Venom DE. These are teams that are definitely picking up the pace. So a tough day for TRZ ahead.
Certainly, it's not going to be so easy for the players of TRZ, but I'm more worried about the players of NB Esports because recently we have seen their downfall, and if it continues, maybe they might not be able to play the bonus match because today being consistent for the players of NB Esports is very important and very crucial also. But other teams also talking about Seal Esports, yesterday they grabbed 32 points. So the graph of Seal Esports is also increasing in terms of the points which they are accumulating. So Seal Esports
Oh,
are also looking super
exponentially.
confident, and if they deliver a good performance in this particular Miramar right now, they're sitting on the 17th spot. Yes, the chances of qualifying for the bonus match are very slim, but one chicken dinner. If one chicken dinner comes from the side of Seal Esports, maybe they can be in top 12.
Indeed, with 56 points, and as you mentioned, right? I mean, yesterday was one of their biggest days with the 30 plus points that they accumulated from the games. So, for Seal Esports, I was just about to point out before you mentioned Seal Esports that what is your expectation from Seal Esports today? Because what I think personally, based on what we saw yesterday, they are showcasing some resilience right now to the lobby. And against them are also picking up elimination points. You know, one of the games we saw them walk away with 7 eliminations. The other one we saw them walk away with 6, along with, of course, 4 placement points. And that is the kind of consistent play that we would love to see from Seal Esports. You know, they're sitting on the 17th position with 56 points. That is clearly indicative that in one day, if they can rise up to that sort of a number, then perhaps in the upcoming week, maybe even today, if their stars are lucky, then maybe even today they might be able to set themselves up to the occasion to be a part of the Vikendi map that will be played, the bonus game that will be played at the end of the day. But will it be possible? Will it be possible? Because Seal Esports, I mean, again, that is a big, pressure that the players are going to be in if they're thinking like they have to qualify. And I'm sure a team like Seal Esports, the organization like Seal Esports, that is probably what the thinking is going to be. They have to qualify. They cannot let even a single week's bonus map go by because you only get 3 bonus maps that you will be playing.
Well, certainly only 3 bonus matches, and Seal Esports definitely wants to play that particular one. But right now, the players of DE Venom, they are being the king of the hills. I don't know if they're having information onto the players of TRZ, but if they get slight information, a knock might be coming in. This is going to be a very crucial fight because DE Venom, they don't want to lose the control of LHR area, especially in this particular circle, because this could be their game. Yesterday also we did see some very good performance from the side of DE Venom. The graph of the performance is definitely rising. The day which they delivered the best performance was day number 2, where they got 46 points. Other than that, they're having a decent run, not so very bad that we have to complain, but not too good also.
Indeed. And with that, it seems like right off the bat on the top right, or not the top right, my apologies, towards the right hand side of your screen, you can see a couple of those teams have been highlighted in the blue. That means that they've been caught outside the zone and they are now making a rotation to get into the zone away from the blues itself. We can still see RAW officials are still in amongst the edges of the zone, or rather outside the zone itself. So same is the case for 4MV. And a couple of seconds ago, we also see IHC being a part of that. So a lot of teams that are making these sort of late rotations as of now. But again, it's not really late rotation. That's even not the correct thing because it's only stage 1. We've still got 50 seconds before we jump into stage 2. But all in all, compare this game to day 1, and you can see a stark difference based on how the teams in the lobby were playing a Miramar game on day 1, like it's a team that match, compared to on day 5, where every single elimination point, defeat point matters, every single position and rotation matters, every single peak and utilization of those Molotovs and nades and smokes matter.
Well, certainly everything matters. And talking about raw officials, well, yesterday was not entirely their day. Yes, they did showcase signs of improvement on one particular day, and I think that was day number 3. Other than that, raw officials, few times they are able to deliver good performance the way they pick up the fight, but they still need to work really more when it comes to Miramar and Sanhok, especially because Erangel raw officials looking very strong, but when it comes to Miramar and Sanhok, that is where they are struggling. But talking about the circle has taken a bit of the northern shift, and looks like the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are in a fantastic position. This could be the prime spot from where they can look forward towards that big victory, big winner chicken dinner for themselves. But right now we have the players of Stalwart Esports trying to pass by the players of Leo Esports. So let's see if a fight is going to happen, because look at the position of action. He do know that this compound is occupied by some team, but I'm not so very sure if Stalwart Esports is looking for a fight at this point.
Well, team like Stalwart Esports are always ready for a fight, and a team like Leo Esports, they need to take a fight. So for both the sides of the conversation, it is definitely an advantageous one. But let's see, like you perfectly mentioned, I mean, will Stalwart want to stop? Probably not, because right now they don't want to stop in the open. They want to get into the zone, find themselves a compound that they can call their own, and then maybe hunker down for a while. Therefore, we see them just moving along and not wanting to even look for a single defeat point just yet. But on the other side of the game altogether, we do have the players of DEADEYES against Venom DE. Venom DE's Krita, you can see on the back end, on the left hand side of your screen. The flank angle has been taken over by, of course, Kreta, but True Love Sir was very much on point. He brought in a lot of sprays, and that in turn resulted in, of course, Kreta going taking a lot of damage. But same is the case that has been delivered right here towards DEADEYES players as well, as Shifu Sir goes down. And incredible conversation right now going on between them, Venom DE and DE itself, where the trades are taking place between both of these sides of the teams. But the compound is in favor of DE, so DE still has a little bit of a safety net. But can they utilize it to perfection? Definitely not. I mean, this is not the kind of position you want to be. Venom Relay is easily able to spot on him and spray him down and know the players down one by one. Just like that, no one but two of DE go down. One final player remaining from DEADEYES and one player remaining from Venom DE as well, as we do have 4MV jumping in. TRZ, my apologies, jumping in with a perfect third-party situation, and the fight now all goes in favor of Relay. And Relay, can he take this all by himself? He's brought the team down. He's definitely going to be able to spray them with a UMP, and just like that, Team DEADEYES guys are going to get eliminated. Sadly, with just one elimination point. But never mind that, because the days are numbered for Venom DE as well. Yes, Relay, you were able to get those points for your teammate, but TRZ were right around the corner. Steal shot, so we saw from the back angle, was able to steal the kill away from Venom DE's Relay. But right now, it is all boiling down like it is just, yeah, it is a toast done. And toasted and done is what I want to say there, because that is all that Venom DE could do in the first game on day number 5. They participated, they had a really good run, they got 3 defeat points, but that's all that TRZ is going to be allowing them right now.
Well, certainly, but kudos to the valiant efforts that came from the side of Relay. At that particular moment, he was able to get good elimination points for him and his team, but he was not prepared for the rush that came in from the side of TRZ, and TRZ being the opportunistic one. The moment they smell the blood, they rush towards the compound. They knew the numbers are not there. The team is at the weak point, and that is when they strike, and they are able to get the entire control of the eastern side. But they need to be a bit careful, because I can see a team in the blue is also making rotations from the eastern front, so TRZ needs to be a bit cautious. Could be the players of team Elementrix, I have to see. But talking about Stalwart Esports, again, this team is having a fantastic run. Yesterday they were able to get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners for themselves, with I think 10 and 11 eliminations. Yes, 11 and 15 eliminations respectively in both the games. So Stalwart, they are looking so very confident, especially in the map of Miramar. Even the position they are having right now, they are towards the epicenter of the circle, so they do have a good control. On the other side, Tops finds no fear of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and instantly takes him down with this mini 14.
Absolutely, as the fights continue on right here, Raw officials seem to be in contact against the players of High Voltage, where Malik is the one up front with some nades that have been thrown. Yes, nades have been utilized right here from the side of Malik, as well as actually from Raw as well. But sadly, as of yet, no knock has been confirmed. We do see Kesse has taken on a perfect nade against Malik, and that in turn is going to be allowing an opportunity for Malik to get knocked one, but 2 of the players down from the side of Raw officials. This was a little bit of a lackluster push coming in from Raw officials, where 2 of the players were all by their lonesome, and the other 2 were spread across. We can see Yetauta still not able to get close to the mountain or give a cover to his teammates, and then as the final player, Claw, from far away, he's not able to even connect a single shot. So right here, High Voltage have been able to easily capitalize on those points against the players of Raw official, and the positioning was just not right.
Well, certainly the position was not right, because of which they have to face some casualties, and now officials are surviving only with 2 players. That is going to be Claw and Yetauta. Yetauta has to be very careful, because look at the position of High Voltage. They do have a height advantage. In the minute they are going to look towards the other side of the mountain, they are going to spot Yetauta, and then he's going to be a dead man very soon. And the amount of resources he's having, he has no first aid, no bandages to work around with, just 3 smokes and 2 grenades. And is this enough to survive and transition himself inside the circle? That is the main question, because well, the players of High Voltage are looking for him, and Yetauta is able to deliver a very perfect knock onto Assassin, is going to shut him down as well, only to be taken down by the players of Seal. And no, it was not him that took down Assassin, it was Seal Arrow that got the knock and the confirmation also.
Well, that again was a valiant effort from the side of Yetauta, I have to admit. I mean, this was important as well for Yetauta to be able to get, if nothing else, at least 1 defeat point. He knows that he's not going to be able to do much. He knows that his teammates are already gone. All he can do right now is try and get a little bit of revenge, if nothing else, at least 1 defeat point. And that, of course, will help him and his team to get something from this game number 1 right here. But with the same energy and optimistic opportunity, High Voltage's Malik has, of course, gotten himself all set up for stage 4's Blues, and right now is going to try and get into the zone. He's almost at the edge right there. Let's just hope that he's going to be allowed to enter, because there are so many teams that we see on the backgrounds who are being nailed down. I mean, we saw the players of IHC take down the players of Seal, I believe they were, but nevertheless, for now, none of them seem to have been able to do much, because no other team have been eliminated apart from Venom DE and Raw officials. But now that is all about to change, it seems like, because T2K, Jane, Sandesh are jumping and pouncing on to the opportunity of Illuminate crew right here, where Sky is the man who is trying to rush in through, but it seems like he's going to be stopped in his tracks. His smoke is the only thing that is protecting him for now against the players.
Well, they have the players of T2K right in front of them, and they have to be very cautious because they don't have too much time. The blue will start catching up to them, and that is when they have to transition themselves inside the circle. But high voltage are the players that are struggling right now as Sky finds a perfect knock and a confirmation onto Probeen, and the numbers of high voltage are not in their favor as they are down to only two men, two elimination points in their favor, and the segregation that is coming from both the players of high voltage is not looking good at all. Malik is right in the territory of the players of I8, and from backlines, the players of T2K are also keeping a close eye onto I8. The moment the players of I8 are going to be spotted out in the open, T2K is ready to strike, but right now, Demo with a grenade is looking so very deadly onto the players of NB Esports and lands it to the perfection, takes down one player. Can he get the confirmation also?
Well, this is turning into quite a chaotic lump sum right here because, of course, we do have IHC finally, jumping onto the opportunity and taking the storm by their hand, and that in turn is providing them the opportunity to get more points. But sadly for IHC, for now, the fight has not gone in their favor. I mean, they're still holding on, to the high ground that they have, but will that be enough or not? Because it seems like NV Esports themselves are being sprayed on upon from, oh, my apologies, NV Esports are the ones who are participating as a third party right now against the players of IHC, as well as one by one Mondo has definitely taken this fight in his favor. Sadly, the health that he has, the health part is not going to be able to factor in right there, and that in turn is probably going to be the end of NV Esports, or maybe not. It seems like a perfect move-down opportunity for NB Esports against the players of IHC. And look at this camaraderie right there from Ziol as he picks up Alex and takes him from that one area, from the dip towards the smoke, where of course two players are down. Godless is running to the backhand as well because they want to be able to keep those numbers alive. They've taken a little bit of hurt right there as they took on the players of NB Esports, but were not able to do much of damage apart from just bringing them down. Oh well, never mind. Demo does get eliminated, so it seems like IHC are in trouble of their own with two of their players trying to survive and the third one almost at the brink of the edge.
Certainly, but right now Malik is the main guy who is having a lot of trouble because Suyok from the side of T2K Esports is trying to take him down, but no, it's the play zone. He had no health kits, no med kits at all onto him, and now Malik is down. That means high voltage is also surviving with only one single man. Let's see for how long can he survive. And T2K, well, they're trying to inch a little further inside the circle, but they need to be a bit careful from the side of Seal Esports. As Seal Esports, they do have a good compound to their name, and T2K, well, they are out there in the open. But looking at the position of Stalwart Esports in the mini map, I can still see they are in a very good spot. They have a hard compound to hold on to. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is also looking so fantastic in this particular one. So these two teams are looking to be in top 2 in this particular one, and maybe a chicken dinner contender, a strong contender for this particular Miramar.
That very well could be the case based on the position that they're in. But let's see if that'll all work out for them or not. But talking about Seal Esports, I've been going back to the conversation about how important today's day is for Seal Esports. Look at them. I mean, they are on a high horse today with 5 defeat points already accumulated. They've got the perfect compound and setup right there, pretty much in the zone itself. And all they need to worry about is try and keep all of their enemies away, which is where, of course, T2K's praise come into play, where Sandesh is trying his level best. But Seal Esports, again, the information that they've been able to get, it is quite a lump sum. And that is the reason why they've got 5 defeat points. And of course, along with that, it also seems like they've understood the kind of things that were going on wrong from them in the previous games, where they were too scattered as they took on fights. But this time around, they're all like a divide of one well-oiled functioning machine, because from one fight to the next, they've got the information relayed to their teammates as they take on shots, not only from one side to T2K, but also from one side to Leo Esports as well. So they're definitely on a very good momentum right now, Seal Esports.
Well, certainly, this particular day, not just the game, this particular day is very important for the players of Seal Esports. But on the other side of the map, the players of 4MV are also picking up the players of TRZ, and now TRZ is down to only 2 members. So TRZ, 3 elimination points, but they need more on the other side. Seal Sanchir finds a confirmation onto the last player of high voltage out there in the open, and with that high voltage they have been eliminated at 11th spot with not too many points in their favor. Seal looking, like you mentioned, Seal looking so very confident. Aero is providing the backline support that is required in the situation, as the 3 players are inching closer to the players of T2K, and looks like Rig has taken a hefty damage, forced to back out of this from that position, reposition himself. He needs to patch himself up. At the same time, they need to be a bit careful of the grenades that might be coming from the side of Seal, but Seal have their own trouble as Stalwart Esports are doing a third party, and Seal Becca has been taken down.
Oof, getting out of that compound did not help them out much right there. And the resilience being showcased from the side of T2K is the reason why Seal Esports are in a lot of trouble. And right now it seems like it could go either way because, you know, one side we do see Seal Esports' player has gone down. Same is the case from this other side of T2K, where T2K are left with a 3-man army. And when it comes down to the side of Seal Esports, well, now they've got Becca up as well. So they've got a 4-man squad. But looking at T2K Jane, he's got no utilities left whatsoever at all. He's in a massive world of trouble right now, along with his teammate Rig, because the vehicle that they're behind has not been blown up as well. So a couple of good nades, and that could be the end and demise of T2K right here. But before they do decide to do so, it seems like Suyog, their third teammate, is going to be taking a fight to the other side, to the flank angle. That's going to be at 6 o'clock against Leo Esports. He knows Leo Esports is stuck in there. But T2K Suyog, the one thing he needs to be careful of is exactly that the flank angle that he's covering, his teammates are not able to cover his flank. That is where Seal Esports is jumping in through from. And with all 4 players standing, 7 defeats confirmed for Seal Esports. This team, I'm not sure where they were sleeping till now, but it seems like on the final day, they are on the rise. We spoke about them in the pre-game segment, sitting on the 17th position with 56 points. Now they're going to be jumping up to, I believe, with this sort of performance, at least to the 15th position. They have to.
Well, certainly they ought to take a jump in the overall ranking, but on the other side, we have the players of 4MV again being the consistent one, picking up the players of T2K, and Seok has been knocked down. This is not looking good at all for the players of T2K. They're pretty much sandwiched between the two teams, but still they're fighting, and Rick takes down Becca from Seal Esports. Rog is trying to get the confirmation onto Rick. Can he do so? He's trying to move forward and takes down Jane over there. And now T2K is only left with Rig, but not for very long, as Rogue is going to put the final nail in the coffin, and T2K has been eliminated at the 10th spot. Now Seal having 9 elimination, but they have to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. But what just happened with the players of Maptex Esports? Looks like a vehicle explosion happened, and Maptex Esports is now left with only 1 man.
Maptex are not having a good start right now. I mean, in fact, they did seem like they were doing pretty okay. The way the rotation was made was looking okay. But I guess when it comes to the final moments of the game, you know, the game just comes alive. It has a mind of its own, and the zone just keep on shifting from one side to the other, which in turn resulted in sadly going against Maptex's favor. But right now we've got TRZ on our screens, Mamba, where the perfect compound in his favor, has a lot of information against the teams as well. But Seal Esports and IHC, alright, this rivalry, I'm not sure what year is this going to end, what season is this going to end, because every single time, no matter what team goes up against Seal Esports, IHC and Seal are bound to bang heads against each other every single season.
Well, they have a love story of their own. To say. Maybe the love for each other is way too much. Seal Esports and IHC, but right now Seal needs to be a bit cautious.
It's a little too toxic, I believe.
Okay, maybe. But right now Seal needs to be careful because they have Leo Esports also on the backlines. But never mind Leo Esports, they have been eliminated. And now Seal is having 10 elimination points.
Wow. I mean, Seal Esports, the kind of storyline they're creating here, and if they're able to, you know, jump into the top 12 by the end of the day, the entire lobby is going to be like, wait, was that a dream? Did I just come in from Alice from Wonderland? What just took place? The entire 4-day affair, Seal Esports were completely dormant like a sleeping bear, and now on the final day itself, they are just doing an incredible job understanding the lobby that they're up against, taking down players like IHC's players, 4MB's players. I mean, Seal Esports, they are definitely to be looked forward to for today. But right now, again, as we push on from one fight to the other, we've got TRZ on our screens. Alongside that, STE, Stalwart Esports, have also showcased a little bit of resilience against the players of TRZ, where Mad Cat, along with one more player, as we just saw, mowed down. So TRZ themselves are going to be down to, I believe, just a single man, and he also gets eliminated. Sadly, Mad Cat is dead. That means on the 7th rank in TRZ get eliminated thanks to STE, who are jumping in to the fray with all 4 players surviving. 7 defeat points confirmed. The momentum definitely looking pretty good, but they're still not in the zone as they, from one compound to the other, slowly make their entrance felt. But on the backlines, you can see Skylight Gaming has pounced onto the opportunity and taken on shots against the players of IHC's Godless. Godless goes down. Ziol was in the background with the UMP, has provided a very crucial cover fire right here, but he by himself, will he be enough? Ziol by himself has 3 elimination points confirmed. Godless, none whatsoever at all. Godless's game has definitely seen a big dip in terms of his performance. Sadly, that means the IHC and their opportunity for a chicken dinner is gone down the drain, as well as it's only one final player remain.
Well, certainly one final player remaining from the side of IHC, but bad intention. They have managed to keep themselves alive with all the 4 players, and looks like bad intention are also looking for some redemption. But see, Esports, what have they eaten for breakfast today? Because they are looking for trades everywhere, doing the perfect third party onto the players of 4MV, onto the players of TRZ, Leo Esports. Even when they were in a sandwich situation, they managed to eliminate the entirety of Leo Esports. So Seed Esports are looking so very confident. Rogue having the highest finish points, that is 5 finishes and 12 finishes strong. Seed Esports trying to have the entire control of the southern side to their name, but they still have to deal with the players of Stalwart Esports, because Stalwart is a team that is not going to go down so easily. So this is a very crucial fight for the players of Seed Esports if they are looking for a winner chicken dinner.
Why did I change my prediction? Damn it. I'm not liking this, but nevertheless, Stalwart Esports are looking very fantabulous right now. Oh my word. The toxic word from Plotter, because it seems like I've cursed the opportunity that Stalwart were making for themselves with the chicken dinner getting so very close. And it seems like Seal Esports are the ones putting a cork right here in the bottle, because they are the ones who are not going to be allowing the opportunity to run away from them, as Seal found Stalwart in this small little dip. And that is where the nade parade has started from Rogue. The Molotovs are jumping in from one nade to the other. IC went down. Along with that, of course, CD Sports' Becca is already down, but never mind all that, because Rogue, it seems like all by his lonesome, is going to be able to bring down the entirety of Stalwart Esports. But it seems like now it's a 1v3 situation between him, because revival has taken place, but with not a lot of HP, and that in turn results in action going down. DBS action comes into play as Nils goes down as well. This is an incredible feat being showcased from Rogue as he takes down this entire team of Stalwart Esports. Just one final player, 1v1 situation. The DBS doing its work to perfection. Just one tip, one clock, and that is it. And that's done and dusted with that. Rogue from Seal Esports has been all by himself, eliminating the opportunity of Stalwart to walk in with a chicken dinner. But with that, Seal Esports, a team that was just not around, is sitting at 17 eliminations. The final 2 teams remaining right here is Seal Esports and SKYLIGHTZ, but SKYLIGHTZ, one final player, has been caught, and with that, Seal Esports, the dominant team, rises to the occasion for a chicken dinner, and that too a massive chicken dinner from the side of this team, because it wasn't just a random one, just 10 points. It was chaotic. It was something they worked towards, and for that, the synergy was on point. The power was absolutely pristine where it was required. It was showcased from the side of this team. Seal Esports, today is their day, it seems like.
Well, certainly, Seal Esports 20 elimination. I think, Blotter, we were talking way too much about the stats, because Seal Esports, they are like, shut up, you guys. We are going to create the stats. Don't tell us the stats. 20 elimination, and now they have broken the record of the elimination point total, 30 points, and now they are in top 2.
I honestly believe, that this team has got, if I'm not mistaken, the highest number of points in a single game till now.
Yeah.
Elimination, yes, they've checked. Of course, with that, since the elimination is checked, automatically they are the ones who walk away with a chicken dinner with the highest number of points, 30 points in total. That is just ludicrous amounts, because that is something that is required from the side of Seal Esports. And we were talking about it, that all right, they're starting the day on 17th position, they've got 56 points, they need to be able to get this much average per game, but they were like, you know what, throw that book out the window, because in just a single game they'll jump from 17th to the top 12, and they've still got 3 more games remaining for the day. I don't know what these lads have eaten for breakfast, but they definitely are here hungry for the chicken dinner.
And they already got one. I'm very sure they're looking for more than one, because
it's an appetizer
Esports,
right now.
Yeah, they were looking so confident. Today it was an entirely different Seal Esports. But talking about the MVP, it is going to be Rock from the side of Seal with 9 eliminations, a lot of damage that he was dishing out. 1103 damage, 2 assists. 7 knocks, not too many healing stun, perfect stats coming from his side. But where was the Seal Esports on day 1, day 2, day 3?
Like we were talking about it, right? They were probably understanding what the lobby's up to. They were probably trying to understand what exactly they can do and, of course, participate in. And for that, they were just being dormant. They were not wanting to participate in fights. They were just trying to understand the different ways that they could make the rotation, the different ways they could take on those fights. And once all of that was understood and analyzed and cleared out in their own green room, the boot camp, then automatically, of course, this is the kind of result. And I'm sure the coach for Seal Esports is going to be very, very proud right now because they've started a destructive mayhem that was required from them. And again, like I said, the most important word right now is started. They've still got games remaining for today.
Well, certainly they do have 3 more games, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also, they tried to get a winner chicken dinner for themselves. They were picking a fight with the players of Bad Intention, that is when Seal Esports, I'm sorry, Seal Esports striked in and eliminated the entirety of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming as well. But no fear, kudos to him, valiant efforts from his side, 4 elimination, good damage that he was dishing out. So consistent performance was delivered from their side, but it was entirely Seal Esports game. In terms of the elimination, the damage, the assist, everything belongs to Seal Esports.
Absolutely, but along with all of that, we also do need to talk about the way Bad Intentions actually played the game, right? They walked
Yeah.
away with the third position, at least as far as the game is concerned, with the placement points they will get. So that definitely is a good conversion from the side of that team. But is it going to be enough for them to get away from that 20th position? Well, we'll come back to that later. But it is good to see the resilience that is important from them, the mindset that needs to be clear to get as many points as can, no matter how you get them. And that seems to be, if that is the strategy, then that definitely seems to be working for Bad Intentions today.
Well, certainly, but Bad Intention also do need to realize the change in the point structure. Now, for the chicken dinner, you're not awarded 20 or 15 points. You're awarded only 10 points, and for by coming on the second position, you are getting only 6 points. So this time, Bad Intentions only with 4 points. I think. Okay, 5 placement points and 3 elimination point, total 8 points. They also need to focus on the elimination point, but still a very good start to the journey or to the start of the next week. Maybe Bad Intention will be able to do the same thing in the coming week also. But on the top, we have Seal Esports with 30 points, all records broken. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming on the second with 12 points. Stalwart Esports on the third position with 11 points.
Wow, what a conversion right here. As we move on to the final page, Raw officials were not able to do much. Same is the case for Illuminate True, Leo Esports, DEADEYES guys. Are participating based on the elimination points. Leo Esports were participating based on how long they were able to survive, but majority of the teams sitting on the second page were sadly just switched out of the lobby based on the rotation they made, based on how the zone was created. It was just not in their favor. But never mind all that. It's just the start of the day. They've still got games remaining, and we just hope that a lot better performance can be expected from them. But Seal Esports, what a way to break the ice right here in the lobby.
Well, certainly, Seal Esports, they have impressed everyone with the performance. Everyone was thinking, where is Seal Esports, the team that came on the second spot in the wildcard of South Asia region? Now they have started their journey. I think they are going to be unstoppable, but still they're way too far away from the top 5 spot where they want to be or where they deserve to be. But talking about the top teams, we have 4MV with 181 points, Stalwart Esports on second with 176 points, High Voltage on third with 128 points, IHC, despite having few bad games, sitting on the fourth spot with 111 points. Same goes for EO Esports, 111 for them on the fifth spot.
Absolutely. As we move on to the next page, we do have Venom DE right now sitting on the 11th position. Seal Esports has taken on the position that was held on by NB Esports earlier. And mind you, I mean, NB Esports got that chicken dinner a while back as the league started, but Seal Esports, to close the day on week 1 itself, on the final day, they have started the day with a bang with a chicken dinner and walking on to 12th position is, or rather jumping, I should say, sprinting, getting to the 12th position is looking very commendable. But they need to do more, of course, and that is what we need to expect from them. And now that basically means first game done. We've still got a few games remaining, so let's move on ahead to the next game, which is now going to be taking us to the map of Erangel. For Erangel, Shadow, what is going to be your prediction? Because now Group E is also going to be participating.
Well, certainly, Group E is going to participate. That means DRS Gaming, Elementrix, SITM Esports, Abrupt Slayers. They are also coming in. I want to go by the stats. I want to pick Stalwart Esports, but looks like the on day 5 stats are thrown out of the picture. But still, I'll go with Stalwart Esports this time.
All right, STE confirmed from the side of Bhavna Shaukin as her prediction. And from my side, I would love to see what 4MV are going to be able to do now in this lobby because of the way Seal Esports has risen up to the occasion. In the previous one, it was very evidently clear that 4MV were not able to do much. They were stopped in their tracks. So perhaps now let's see how are they going to amplify that control in this lobby and of course on that leaderboard. With that, let's move on ahead, have a look at that schedule. First game done goes in favor of Seal Esports with 20 eliminations and 10 points for chicken dinner. A perfect start for Seal Esports to start the day. But now we jump into the map of Erangel, where of course we do not have Group D. That means IHC, Mabitex, Leo Esports and Seal Esports will not be participating. So of course there'll be an opportunity for the others to jump onto those Georgiopol regions, and of course we'll find out how the game progresses based on where the flight path is.
Well, certainly the flight path is going to matter. The first circle is going to matter a lot, but we have some time for that because the players are already ready. They're joining the lobby, and soon we will have the second game of Erangel, and it looks like the game has already started. And the flight path, I want to see where it is going. I think it is going from over the side of Georgiopol Mountain.
Yes, not Giorgio,
Yes.
Zarki, all the way down towards military base right now. And that is what we're looking at, with the flight path majorly focused itself towards the western side, which implies that now, yesterday we saw that finally in week 1, the zone actually took itself down towards military base. Today, now the options are limited as far as the statistics is concerned. It could very well be a default central zone as well. But where would you love to see the zone take us through? Because Ferry Pier is something that we've not yet explored. Milta region basically is an area that is yet to be discovered from the zone itself. What do you think, Shadow?
Well, since you are talking about Ferry Pier, let's head towards the side of Quarry because I love the terrain that Quarry offers. So the final circle in Quarry is going to be so... Okay, it's going to be a nightmare for the teams. I have to say, it's not going to be so easy to play around Quarry in the final circle, especially when so many teams are also surviving, finding a good cover for yourself. Even vehicles don't come too handy in that particular area. So yeah, Quarry circle is going to be pretty interesting to watch.
Well, let's find out if that'll be the case or not. Right now, as far as the flight path is concerned and the drop locations are concerned, no change there. A little bit of change actually from T2K. T2K do like to jump on across. But today they're going to be moving towards the shooting range. Venom DE, they are always at that North Giorgio, looking comfortable there. Down south towards military base, STE is going to find themselves. And the zone, once again, to start the day off, is majority of it going to be focusing itself towards the military base. So perhaps it is Ferry Pier, sort of a bridge area that we could be running towards for the end of this game, Shadow. Well, it seems like... being on the desk, being on the analytical side is working out because now we're able to predict PUBG gods.
I'm not able to predict. You mentioned Ferry Pier. Quarry is right next to Ferry Pier, and PUBG gods bring Ferry Pier inside the circle, and they don't bring Quarry. They hate me. Lotta, they hate me. PUBG gods hate me for some reason.
Oh, it's all right. It'll all change, don't you worry. It'll all change, definitely. But right now, of course, when it comes to compliments, there are a lot that need to be said for the side of T2K Jane. Because Jane, along with, of course, his teammate Sandesh, are the two-man from the team who have so many a times, stood up to the occasion to take on the teams by a storm. And the conversation, the synergy that the team has showcased has been phenomenal. And that is all thanks to, of course, them sticking around for such a long time. I mean, T2K, Sandesh, Jane, they've been together for so long. I mean, Suyog, they are like a tight-knit brother unit, and that is where I think the excellent gameplay is also showcased.
Well, certainly, I believe they are together. At least Jane is a part of T2K since season 2, and that time T2K used to go towards the side of military base. I do remember. And even from the side of military base, they used to dominate the entire lobby of Erangel. This time also, I can see T2K are having a very good run whenever it comes to Erangel. Miramar also decent is having for T2K. So yes, T2K is an aggressive team on the other side. If you talk about Abrupt Slayers also, they do have some veterans in their lineup, like Chari is there, uh, Sleepy is there. Then we have Gangster also. Chari is also part of PUBG competitive scenario since a very long time. He's one of the veteran players. So yes, definitely the experience that these players are bringing in is helping them to be in at least on top 10, at least a top of leaderboard. They are able to showcase some phenomenal gameplay. We have seen good gameplay from the side of Abrupt Slayers also, but always in the map of Miramar and the map of Erangel. Abrupt Slayers are yet to dominate.
Absolutely. With that, we have 4MV on our screens, looking comfortable at their military base. No one to trouble them at all. No worries at all. But one factor for the start of the day for 4MV is going to be, is Esports awake now? Are the Goliathans of the dormant Goliathans of week 1, have they come back in store to steal the position of 4MV? Because 4MV has been one of those teams in the past 4 days that as soon as another team tries to catch up to them, they're able to get decent amount of points in the next game that they play. But the way Stalwart has been trying to just grab onto as many opportunities and points, it has given a little bit of a slow performance from 4MV. It seems like it's gotten to their heads that Stalwart, they at one point in time, 4MV had roughly 20-point plus lead sitting on the first position. And the way Stalwart Esports have been able to climb, I'm sure it must have gotten to the heads, or if nothing else, it must be a little bit of a pressurizing situation for 4MV to be on the lead and now sitting just 10 points shy. And that is also a number that's gone down.
Well, certainly. But on the other side, we have the players of SITM having their own troubles as the players of T2K have rushed towards their compound and QB has been eliminated and looks like Desert is the only man in a 1v4 situation. He has managed to take down Sandesh, but before he gets... Oh, he did manage to get the confirmation also, only to be taken out. SITM has been eliminated from the lobby with only one elimination point to their name, but they have done enough damage on the side of T2K. 4 defeat points. They lost one of their main player, that is Sandesh. So let's see how T2K are going to fare in this particular one, because they are close to 1700 meters away from the circle.
Indeed. And they've got a long journey ahead of them. It's not going to be an easy one, but one that they've done timeless times. Right now, it seems Reg is the man for the team, who's been able to get 3 defeat points all by his lonesome. Of course, along with the teammate Jane helping him. But sadly, Sandesh was lost to the cause. Nevertheless, it's definitely a good start. Getting 4 defeat points at a loss of 1. Of course, the best would be to not even lose out on that single play, but that's what the battleground is. You cannot always anticipate and predict how it's going to be. But right now, as you were mentioning, they need to make a rotation. It seems like Jane was able to hear the vehicle from Venom DE on the other side of the bridge and decided to not go from that region altogether itself. So again, it is seeming like a long rotation that T2K is going to be performing. And of course, Jane being the scout right now, it seems like he's going to be trying to scout out the area to understand where else could they enter the zone from. For Illuminate Crew, things are still not yet in order. We saw a little bit of a rise and a comeback from the side of Illuminate Crew yesterday, but just a little bit. It was just one step jump from their side. They need a tenfold jump in terms of the performance that they've been showcasing earlier seasons and compare that to now.
Well, certainly, but I have a lot of complaint from this particular team, because all the teams, all the veteran teams and the old teams, they're able to do a comeback, but for I8, their comeback story is yet to be created, because yes, they're able to showcase few good performance. Last time I saw this team in a different region, in a different event of PMPL, they were dominating the lobby, they were dominating every single map. The Miramar, I sound like a broken record, but I don't know. I still want to see that kind of a performance from this particular team, because they have the skill, they have the experience, especially the players Sky, Viper, and Nova. They have the skills required. But this time, they do have a good position inside the circle. They are having the control of the cave area. This could be the game considering the circle. But the team that might struggle a bit are going to be the teams that are present on the side of Fairy Pier. Look at the cluster. Three teams. Abrupt Slayers are there. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is there. Bad Intention is there. Venom on the bridge area. And it's not going to be so easy. Maybe we'll see some rotations coming in, but that also is not going to be so easy to perform, especially in the circle when almost 16 teams, 15 teams are alive.
True, that is. And that too, of course, if at all there were a reason for a rotation from the boat was required, it should have been done earlier. Now it seems like a lost cause. Now the only thing that players that are coming in from late rotation, that we do see bad intentions from the western side, they could very well, jump into the water and try and swim across the shore to try and stay out of the fights and survive for as long as they can. And that is something that could very well work out for them. Look at high voltage, how back and laid back kind of an attitude they're showcasing, right? They're still stuck at school, still not even there in their vehicles to get away from the blues to get into the zone. And that could be troublesome. That could be trouble brewing for high voltage if they're not careful, which of course they're not being right now, because it's only a small little area. Almost about 30% of the zone itself is in the water, which implies that there isn't that much land to share for 15 teams, 59 players. They need to understand that it's turning into like Manhattan and New York, and that is something that, of course, this team of SKYLIGHTZ has realized. They've reached the edge. They're going to be jumping in. And again, for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, one thing that I have personally noticed is they like to stick to the edges. They like to understand all what is going on in the zone, and then they make their presence felt. And that is what they seem to be doing right now as well, as they get slowly closer and closer, like I said, from the northwestern shores of the zone from Ferry Pier.
Well, certainly they are trying to make the rotation from the side of Ferry Pier, but they also need to be careful of the bridge area, because last I saw Venom over there, and now, right now we have the players of I8 in the close proximity to the players of 4MV. The way 4MV are covering multiple angles, yes, it's a good position in terms of the information that you can get, in terms of the angle you can have a cover of, but if a knock comes in, it's not going to be so easy to go for the rescue mission onto your player. So that is also very crucial thing that 4MV needs to consider right now, not to overexpose themselves, not to overcommit in this particular fight. Otherwise, saving your teammate is not going to be an easy task. But looks like no fear. Well, he has spotted the players of DEADEYES, and that is why maybe a different route he might opt for. No, he's just looking for the information. He has no idea about the players of Deadeye, guys. Right now, he's looking for the information. On the other side, we have the players of Raw officials going up against the players of TRZ.
Well, for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I mean, Nima, as you were perfectly mentioning, right? He was kind of trying to scout out if at all there's an opportunity for him to use the dam to cross. That does not seem like an easy answer to give, because we do have DE holding on steady, and they did notice that Jeep right there, that vehicle right there, which in turn provides them that gives them the information that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are going to definitely utilize and fall back from, because DE, look at the way they've actually structured themselves right here at the pier, right? They're so far scattered, because they know that there is going to be one team that is going to be making an entry from there. But with that, let's move on to another fight where we do have Mad Cat from the side of TRZ. Youch moment right there, because it is going to be Mad Cat who'll be lost thanks to Raw officials, and not only him, but the entire side of TRZ has been eliminated. The fight that they took against Raw officials, it has not factored in the performance that could be expected from one single player, because Raw officials are hungry as well, and that is what they have done, eliminated TRZ. But moving away from there, we do have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Nima once again on our screens, showing a little bit of a fighting chance, or creating a little bit of a fighting chance to open up this area to get into the zone. But Deadeyes, guys, they do not want to divulge as to where all the players are. Just one of them fell back. But look at the information that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I mean, every single team, I'm sure, especially on the map of Erangel, every single team knows all the different areas and angles that they need to peek and be careful of. And that is what we're looking at. But in the kill feed, we can see IC has been dropped down thanks to 4MV's aggressiveness as well. Would love to see what's going on the map, because this has finally started, but it seems like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they want nothing to do with it.
Well, right now, look at the clock. 1 minute 40 seconds is all these teams are having right now. When the blue will start catching up, and looks like the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are not in a good position, as Niyama has been taken down. On top side has been eliminated. The trades are coming back and forth from both the side. On the other side, Abrupt Slayers are also picking a fight with the players of Bad Intention. But it is the main thing right now. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming versus the players of DE. And both these teams have to move inside the circle. They have to cross a bridge, either go for the rotation, but I don't see that they have enough time on the clock that they can go for a rotation right now. So let's see what's gonna happen. But Abrupt Slayers, well, okay, Siog has also been taken down. Farhad has also been taken down. Farhad has been knocked down by his own grenade.
Yes, sadly, that's what took place right there between Venom DE as they tried to. But what a perfect cover that is coming in from Greta from far, far away. Venom DE's Greta has delivered the perfect opportunity right there to be able to, of course, get his team revived and also at the same point of time eliminate the possibility of T2K. But now it seems like that is not all that they're going to be doing, because on the other front, they do have the bridge under control and it's going to be High Voltage who are going to be sprayed on down. Assassin and Jiggle are the two players who are probably going to be in the crosshairs of Relay right now. Never mind, Jiggle is the only one. Assassin is going to be able to walk out of that fight, but it seems like there is going to be another player waiting from Venom Legends, because if we look towards the mini map, all the red dots are Venom DE, and Venom DE, they have a lot of control right here. And look at that, Assassin has finally been spotted behind that crate. Oh, this is a lot of damage being showcased from Relay. The UMP, he jumps in. Will this be his demise? Yes, it will. That damage, the fall damage, combined with, of course, the team High Voltage looking at him jumping across, has resulted in him losing out on, of course, this opportunity to take down the entirety of High Voltage all by his lonesome. But a very commendable effort right there being showcased from Relay, as he was able to stop the entirety of High Voltage in their track. From one side it was Jiggle, the other side it was Assassin, and now the entirety of NMDE jump in to take down the final player. That's going to be Malik. And Malik, a cat and mouse chase ain't going to help you, mate, because you are out of time. And just like that, he gets eliminated. The entire team of High Voltage get eliminated on the 13th spot. 12 teams remaining. Venom DE, what a ludicrous play that was. 7 defeat points from that. And of course, Relay is going to be revived. That means all 4 players still ready to fight another fight.
And they're looking super strong. They have 7 elimination, like you mentioned, already in the game. They're already ahead inside the circle also. So DE Venom are looking so very good in this particular one. But right now, the players of Elementrix need to be a bit careful. Yes, they do have the height advantage, but they have 4 MV at the same time. Few other teams also in the close proximity. So Elementrix, they need to have they need to be a bit careful on the other side there, guys. Well, they do realize that there is no chance that they can cross that bridge area, so rotation are going to come waterways from their side. Shifu sir is trying to take down the plus of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming from moving vehicle. He takes down Age over there, and Nima is the only man standing. I'm sorry, it is Mafia Ninja, the only man standing over there, and he has also been taken down. So 2 plus from the SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has been knocked down. There is no chance of a revival, as the remaining 2 players are already moving ahead inside the circle, going for the rotation. But Shifu sir, look at him. Just only 1 first aid, not enough for him to survive in the phase 4 circle when the blue is catching up. But Precious sir, well, looks like he'll make it to the land.
Well, they are definitely going to make it to the land. I mean, they are the ones who has been the one who's leading the charge for such a long time. And with that, when it comes to the way this is going to be played out between these 12 teams, Venom DE with 7 defeat points, RAW officials with 4. Oh, okay. I mean, this is going to be a tough one for even Stalwart to be able to compete in, because the zone, it is going to be constructing in the next 1 minute. And that 60 seconds is going to be crucial for Stalwart to be able to stay alive. But at the same point of time, they're out in the open, taking on shots between so many teams. Till now, thankfully, they've not been damaged. But Elementrix from one side, I thought Venom DE could very well be mowing them down. Stalwart's players were not in a vehicle. But for now, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming get eliminated. And Stalwart against the players of Venom DE survive to still fight on. But a slow fight is what this is turning out to be, because they're out in the open. They all want to be really careful. And all of this throwables being showcased from action, I'm sure it should deliver, if nothing else, a little bit of a scare to the players of Venom DE.
Well, this is the fight of grenades. I totally agree to it, but at the same time, there is a very high possibility of a third party happening from the side of I8, because they are hearing all the commotion that is happening between DE Venom and Stalwart. DE Venom, they are running high on the confidence. They have already managed to grab 7 elimination, and this is a day of comebacks. We have seen a comeback from the side of Esports. Maybe this could be a comeback from the side of DE Venom if they manage to take down the plus of Stalwart Esports, and it is not going to be so easy. Stalwart Esports from the Mongolia region is one of the super strong team in terms of the firepower, the skills, the rotations that come in, the synergy that is being showcased by the players. But on the other side, we have the players of 4MV also going up against the players of Elementrix, and looks like Elementrix Two players are down on the knees. Let's see if they can revive them, and looks like there is no chance of a revival as one player has already been lost to the cause. But Stalwart Esports perfect grenades are coming, and two players from the side of DE Venom have been knocked down.
Well, Venom DE and Stalwart Esports' fight has continued for too much, and IC just dumps it along. Oh, that was so very bad. He was just wanting to get the first aid pop right there, but IC, oh, what a camera angle that was. IC being the stone cold Jason Bourne or whatever you want to call it right there. That was just absolutely ludicrous, of course. And just like that, Venom DE, sadly, after having such a good run with 7 defeat points confirmed, get eliminated thanks to Stalwart. But Stalwart's troubles are not yet done because, of course, right now they've got I8 and I8, Viper and Sky. The synergy that you were talking about, Shadow, it seems now finally has been showcased because one by one, both these teams' players, Woofers as well as, of course, Viper and Sky, bring the team of Stalwart down to nothingness because only one player is remaining. That's going to be Nirs. And the other two players, they were not even sprayed upon. They were just, pounced on upon from the vehicles. A rundown kill is what that was. And just like that, Stalwart get eliminated with only 4 eliminations. I mean, day number 5, as we were talking about it, a lot of kerfuffle that can be showcased is being showcased as Illuminate crew say that they are back and they want to be taking a swing at all the aggressiveness in this lobby.
Well, certainly, but from one fight, we are moving towards second fight that is going to happen between the plus of 4MV and DRS. DRS, the way Rose is crawling his way towards the plus of 4MV, he needs to be be careful because if he gets spotted on revival, is not going to be so easy. On the other side, we have the plus of bad intention getting knocked down and getting confirmed because of the play zone. Raw officials are still bleeding out. And looks like there is no saving for the fallen teammate as Yata Uta has been confirmed. So Raw, well, now they are surviving with only 2 men. 4MV, 3 defeat points already in their favor, but they need to be a bit careful because DRS, well, they are being one with the nature and it's not so easy to spot the players in the foliage of Erangel.
Absolutely. That is something that always has helped out the players in Erangel specifically. And that is something that was a big complaint in Vikendi as well. But never mind, we'll talk about that when we're part of the bonus game. For now, though, DRS Gaming out in the open. Right in front of them is going to be 4MV. But for 4MV, the compound is going to be their biggest safety net. But the flank angle, well, not the flank angle actually, but the one-man army being showcased from Elementrix as Erangel, he could be trouble. He could brew a big stew right here between the players of DRS and 4MV. But again, these are not the only 3 teams. There are 8 teams in total. So Elementrix's final player, Erangel, needs to be careful of another flank that could be showcased. And that's where DRS Delta comes into play. And of course, Delta is going to cover all of those areas. But where are the other teams? Where are the other teams and what are they up to? Right now on our screens, of course, we only have 4MV and DRS.
Well, certainly looking at the cluster that is forming towards the southern eastern side, it's not going to be so easy for the players to survive, especially for the players of DRS because the split is coming from their side. Elementrix, with not having the numbers, only one player is surviving and is in very close proximity to the players of 4MV. On the other side, on the northern front, we have the players of I8. They can look forward potentially to take the dominant control from the northern front. So let's see what's going to happen. NBES is also looking fantastic towards the western front. They have all the 4 players alive, so this could be the game because they are still in a very better position as compared to the other teams. But now Claw from the side of Raw takes down the players of Bad Intention and getting instant confirmation also, and that means Bad Intention, well, they have been eliminated at the 8th spot.
Indeed, they have, leaving us with only 7 teams, 21 players in total. And it seems like now we might be able to see a little bit of an opening from the side of 4MV. That nade that was showcased from Apex against the players of DRS. Well, never mind that, because now it seems like Apex has another team in process. That's going to be Raw Officials as his teammate takes on. That's going to be East. The flank angle that DRS were trying to create is just not going to be able to help them out as that takes place. It's going to be NB Esports' Fistboy eliminating Kese from the side of Raw, which in turn leaves us with only 6 teams. Still 4 players surviving for MV against the players of DRS who are also 4. And a big flank that DRS have created right here. The sand color on the top right hand side map, you can clearly see they're scattered. two people in between in front. The diamond position that I call like, again though, the best part over here for 4MV is the position that they're in. They're on top of this small little hill, and that is helping them quite a lot. But from far away, from the back angles, I8, Illuminate 8's Viper takes down one player from 4MV, but a trade's been created as Sky goes down. But right now, again, you can notice for 4MV, all the players are still in the compound. The compound is helping 4MV tenfolds. But for I8 Sky, he's out in the open. He's got nobody around. So quite a lot of possible chance for him to get eliminated right here. And the revival seems out of the picture.
Well, certainly, revival is not going to be so easy onto Sky and I8. Well, they have to survive with only 3 men, and looks like the confirmation has already been made. And now I8 leaving with only 3 men. On the other side, we have the players of DRS Gaming slowly trying to crawl their way and waiting for the players of 4MV. Gyante better be careful, because the small little cover that he's having for himself is not going to be so enough for him. On the other side, we have the players of Abrupt Slayers going up against the players of NB Esports, and NB Esports Mondo has been eliminated, leaving NB Esports with only 3-man army, and Abrupt Slayers, it's a 2v4 situation for them. It's a 2v4 fight, and looks like they're already winning it in terms of the action they are showcasing. But Gangsta also better be careful, because all they have is a bit of the rock for cover.
Absolutely, just a small little tidbit of rock is all they've got. And that definitely is not enough, because one good throwable and that could be the end. But as we move on ahead in this game with the 6 teams that are remaining, it is still anybody's game. Elementrix is one final player. The orangey that we saw right next to in the flank angle against 4MV is still alive. 4MV has not been able to spot him, nor has he taken any initiative. Whereas for 4MV, the crosshairs are very much still divided between Illuminate, DRS, as well as, of course, NB Esports. It seems like 4MV could be sandwiched from all of these 3 directions. We can see Refuse is very confused right there. From one side, he wants to take care of NB Esports and, of course, keep an eye out for ASL as well. On the other side, of course, East is trying to just cover that flank as much as he possibly can. And it seems like Refuse has been able to take on a shot against Bishal, and Bishal from ASL, Abrupt Slayers, does go down. So another one bites the dust from this game. A tough situation that 4MV are having to face right here. But the best part that we can see from them is so dynamically they're moving from one side to the other. The information is being relayed from all the sides, but they are getting sandwiched. This is a tough fight for 4MV to win.
Well, certainly it's not going to be so easy, but they do have the numbers advantage. On the other side, the players of Elementrix and Abrupt Slayers, like you pointed out, are only left with only a single player. But Gangsta is not stopping as he takes down one player from the set of NBES, and looks like a third party is also happening as Gyante takes down another player from NB Esports. Now NB is left with only Sek, and looks like Gyante do have a vague idea where exactly Sek could be in the situation. Revival is so very important, but looks like it's not going to happen as Fist Boy, well, he's out there in the open, and DRS Delta is also keeping a close eye onto Sek over there. But Sek also needs to move inside the circle, as in a matter of 9 seconds, the blue will start closing in. That is when the players of NB Esports will start having their own trouble. But I8, well, they are being crushed by the players of 4MV. And the vehicle run over also coming in. Nova X has been eliminated, and now I8 is also surviving with only one player, that is going to be Woofus, who is hiding behind that tree trunk.
Indeed, and that seems to have been spotted right here from the side of Apex, as Apex is going to be able to, with that Molotov, bring that final player, Woofus, down of Illuminate crew, as they get eliminated with 5 eliminations on the 5th position from this game. 3 teams remaining, 9 players in total. 4MV seemingly getting closer and closer to a chicken dinner. Now it's all boiling down to a 2v, or my apologies, between these 2 teams, 4MV against the players of DRS. And in between now, the sandwich is going to be Elementrix's Orangey. Orangey, he is keeping a very close eye to the players of DRS right now. We can see the angle from KiloYT and Delta. Well, never mind, because Refuse, a perfect nade, has now brought down the positioning that KiloYT was trying to do, and that's all thanks to, well, not thanks to the vehicle usage right there, of course. That in turn has given away his position, and the nade parades being thrown from the side of 4MV has not only brought him down, but Delta's health down as well. 4MV, they are being, of course, the cunning evil foxes right here in this fight. They understand exactly where all the other teams are, because all the other angles they were taking on fights they had the information and they mowed them down. The only team remaining now is going to be the players of DRS, and it seems DRS were able to give a revival as well. So 4v4 is still going to be part of this picture.
Well, certainly it's a 4v4 situation, but look at the confidence which the players of 4MV are having. They're hunting for the players of DRS with a vehicle, but at least they know it's a 4v4 situation. But actually, they do know it's a 4v4 situation. That was a brain fart moment, as you like to call it. But 4MV, they need to be a bit careful because Doc is out there in the open. And I do remember Doc was able to take down the entire squad of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming yesterday just through grenades.
True.
This is a clutch man from the side of 4MV, so DRS better be careful of Doc because he's keeping a close eye onto the flank angles or to the flank that might come in from the side of DRS.
Oh, I'm not liking this. Doc, the way he's creating those smoke wall, as soon as he gets away, that's when I'm going to be a little confident, because right now Killer YT as well as Gante are ready. Oh, what a nade that was. Wait, what just happened right there? Killer YT got blown away through smithereens thanks to the vehicle getting blown out. Alright, the vehicle probably was damaged nevertheless, because another nade coming in to perfection right there has brought down another player of DRS, but nevertheless 4MV have the numbers advantage, and that in turn is going to result in them walking away with a chicken dinner. 4MV, like we were talking about it earlier as well, as soon as any team tries to hold them down, tries to get on close to the pole position that 4MV is in, they jump up ahead, they take on that opportunity. In this game, if you noticed, till the stage 3 and 4, 4MV were not part of any fight at all. They wanted to get into the zone, they wanted control, and once they knew that had taken place, that's when they first started fighting, and that's when we saw Venom DE with 7 eliminations get eliminated and so many other teams. But what a boy. What a boy this was. I mean, an incredible turn of event for 4MV with total 13 eliminations, 23 total points, 2500 plus damage. Well, we are definitely looking forward to this team as we progress on forward. All right, and we are back in the swing where, of course, 2 games are done now on this weekend, on this perfect Sunday, final day number 5 of week 1. And 4MV, I mean, I was noticing this team mainly for the selfish reason because I chose them as my predicted team, right, Shadow? But apart from that, another reason was the fact that I had chosen them and I wanted to see exactly what are they doing, what are they up to when it comes to the rotations that they're making. And they were quiet through and through till zone stage 3 or 4. They did not have a single elimination point. They were just sitting ducks, getting the information, and once the zone worked towards them, that's when 4MV pounced. So loving that dynamic play from their side.
Certainly, the moment any team try to come near 4MV in terms of the overall ranking, they deliver a fantastic performance at that very moment. And this winner chicken dinner is definitely confirming that Stalwart Esports is not taking over 4MV right up until now.
True.
Maybe in
That
the
is
coming
so
few games, at least Stalwart Esports needs at least 2 games if it want to topple over 4MV, because after this chicken dinner and 13 finishes, the point difference is going to be way too much. And with that, we'll be heading towards a short little break. You guys stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All right, and welcome back once again right here at day number 5 of week 1, the final day of week 1 right here at PMPL South Asia Spring Season 2023, where the journey has just completely changed itself. I mean, the teams that were not doing so good, Illuminate True, we were talking about, Stalwart Esports, we were talking about Shadow. They on the final day seem to be on a completely different storm, and Rise. But with that, let's also talk about the MVP from this game that's going to be refused with 5 eliminations. Only 40 healing done. That is ludicrous play from 4 Miracle Wives, of course, because we were talking about it. The fights that they took were pretty much at the end of the game itself. Before that, it was all just a slow and steady journey from A to B to try and just, slide away from every fight. And that is what we saw from 4 Miracle Wives in this game today.
Well, certainly, at the same time, they were not picking up wrong fights. That is where the number of healing stars are so low. They were picking only the good fights, and they were winning majority of them. So definitely for MV, they're on the top in the leaderboard. But now is the time for the third match again for the time of Miramar, and this time the group that will be sitting out is going to be Group C. So that means the teams Stalwart Esports, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, IH Crew, and NB Esports won't be playing. But before that, let's have a look at the top players. Along with Refuse, we have Dog, the clutch man from the side of 4MV with 4 eliminations.
What a perfect start for 4MV as well right now in this game. As we move away from there, we do, of course, see Claw from Raw Officials. Claw from Raw with 4 eliminations as well to his name in 21 minutes. Now look at the difference over there, right? You compare Doc to the probability of a Claw right there. In 21 minutes, he was able to bring down 4 players, whereas for 27.5 minutes, of course, there was nothing much going on for 4MV but to try and just hunker it down, get the compound in their favor, and then wait for the other teams. At one point in time, of course, we did see the players of 4MV surrounded by 4 individual teams. There was ASL, there was DRS, there was Little Make Crew, and there was NB Esports as well, right? So it all boiled down to a very chaotic situation that 4MV could have faced right there, but they worked it all out with flying colors, I would say.
Well, certainly 13 eliminations, 4MV when they were silent in the majority of the game. If in this case they are pulling off 13 finishes, I wonder what they're going to do at the later stage of the game when they're super confident, when they have a huge buffer in terms of the points. But right now 4MV again on the top with 23 points, and then we have NB Esports on the second spot with 9 points. Good elimination points coming from their side. It was the third party that created problem for NB Esports. I8, they have started doing a comeback. 8 points to the players of I8 Crew also in this particular one. DR is not so shabby this one. 8 points to their name, but majority of them are going to be the placement points. So DRS Gaming needs to engage in more fights.
They will, I'm sure they will. But moving on towards the second page, now this is where we can see a couple of teams that sadly did not or were not allowed to actually do much. TRZ being one of the first ones right there on the 16th position. High Voltage being, of course, on the 15th with no eliminations. Of course, nothing much that worked out for them. SITM, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, DEADEYES guys, Bad Intention. These are the teams who were trying. They were definitely trying, who were part of those fights, who we saw make those rotations. But it's just not completely in perfection working for them. SITM, I saw SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also make a really good rotation, but that also was just fell short. But again, never mind all that. We still do, of course, have 3 more games remaining before we jump into the bonus game. So there is an opportunity and a chance that could be provided to these teams. But now we jump on to the map of Miramar once again. So that means change of pace for the game, as well as, of course, change of teams this time around as well, because Group A, B, D, and E, as you were mentioning, are going to be the ones that will be playing. So Group C, that means Stalwart, SKYLIGHTZ, Illuminate True, NB Esports are not going to be there. But before we talk about the upcoming game, let's have a look at the highlights from the one that we just witnessed. And this is where, again, High Voltage were beautifully stopped in their tracks thanks to Venom DE. But, of course, Venom DE themselves were only able to get 7 defeat points before they themselves were eliminated.
The major problem that gave teams a bit of trouble is the circle. This time the circle was so chaotic. Yes. Majority of the teams were stuck on the bridge area. The rotations were not so easy. That is where the players of Sky Voltage, Abrupt Slayers, High Voltage, Venom DE suffered casualties, and even few teams were eliminated also. So the circle itself became a big challenge for the teams. On the other side, the teams like to drop in, or the teams that went for the early rotation, they were rewarded by the good position inside the circles. That's why they were able to survive for a very long long time, especially the players of DRS Gaming or the players of 4MV also. They went for a very early rotation.
Absolutely, and of course, some fights you win, some fights you lose. That is what we're talking about right here, and that is exactly what has been showcased, sadly, for a few of the teams, as of course Shadow was mentioning right now. But right now, let's move on ahead, talk about the overall ranking. And in the overall ranking, 4 Miracle Wives once again, proving why they need to be up on top with 69 placement points, 3 chicken dinners, 204 total points. I mean, that is 24 points away that Stalwart Esports need to be able to create. And again, 128 points for the team on the third spot. This is a bonkers storyline based on how the overall ranking is looking out, but we don't care about that. What we want to be able to see is this page from the 11th all the way down to the 16th. This is where the changes are going to be the most prevalent, I believe, or maybe actually even 14th for that matter, because 97 points for Mabatax on 11th, TRZ sitting on the 14th with 78 points.
And Seal, they again have been brought down to 13th spot. So Seal, again, they have to deliver a very good performance, because the point difference between NB Esports and Seal is not so much. It's only 6
True.
points. Seal Esports can cover up that difference of the points. But I think the 12th spot is going to be up for contestation till the very final game, till the very last game. So Seal Esports and NB Esports, pressure is mounting on them.
Oh, it is mounting on them big time, but it seems like now it is time for us to bring in those predictions that are being brought in right here from the production side. They're like, you know what, continue on with the conversation, but let us know, what do you think? And of course, with that, Shadow, the question is, for the second Miramar, what are you predicting? What team would you want to see? Or hold on, before we talk about that, let's also bring up the schedule and then start the conversation. What team would you want to see sitting right there under the Miramar name with the chicken dinner?
Well, since Group C is sitting out in this one, we don't have Stalwart Esports, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, IH Crew, NB Esports. So Seal might be able to do wonders in this one again, but I'm going to go with Leo Esports this time.
All right, Leo Esports is going to be your pick when it comes to the prediction for this third game of the day. Now, I really wanted to start the day off with IHC with high flying colors. That has not happened. So I'm going to go with DRS, the real soldiers for this upcoming game, and would love to see what sort of a playstyle are DRS going to be able to create, because they got so close with all 4 players still standing. They got so close to the chicken dinner. I'm sure that hunger is still going to be, looming around in the back of their heads as they jump into the map of Miramar. But it all again falls down to where the zone is going to be and how the rotations are going to be made. But of course, it is going to be a fun one. And it is going to be a critical one for a few of these teams as well. As we saw, a couple of the teams have actually played 17 games, and that means they don't really have that many games remaining for today before they can be qualified into top 12 who will be playing the Livik map. So a lot on the line in the next 2 games.
Well, certainly there is a lot at stake, especially the bonus match. The top teams are so very happy. They're just contesting for the top spot, especially the players of 4MV Stalwart Esports. They have their own race going on for the top spot, but the main contestation is for the top 12 teams, the 12th spot where NB Esports is right now. And we are heading into the third game of Miramar. Talking about the flight path, it is going from the side of El Pozo towards the side of Junkyard. So not so bad flight path. Even if your drop location is towards the side of Leaderboard or La Cobreria, you can easily glide over and head over to your favorite drop location in this one.
Well, come on, zone, bring us down towards Los Leones, towards Porte Palacio. That would be the best zone. That is going to be the most chaotic zone for the teams. Would not anticipate that. But nevertheless, we'll just a minute find out where the zone is going to be. As of now, when it comes to the flight path, definitely allowing the teams to go to their comfortable drop locations, because when the flight path is pretty much in the center of the map, it allows you a huge opportunity to be able to transverse through vehicles and then travel and fly down and glide down to your known location. If the flight path is automatically just focused towards one side, either towards the west or the east, automatically so many options are eliminated based on the drop locations. But for now, it seems to be a healthy start to this second Miramar game. As we look towards Los Leones, we've got SITM making a run for it. Right next to Impala, we've got 4M, along with, of course, TRZ, along with, of course, Venom DE. But once again, we go towards Chumma Sera this time around. And near to Chumma Sera, 4MV is looking absolutely pristine, smack in the center of the zone. Right next to them, of course, is going to be ASL, and above them, towards Montenueno, is going to be IHC. No troubles whatsoever for these three teams at least. Or make that four, because Jiggle around the corner over there as well, right next to ASL, can be brewing a lot of trouble. But for now, definitely a good start for all the teams.
Well, definitely a good start for all the teams except for the plus of Raw Officials and Leo Esports, because look at El Pozo. Both these teams are trying to find residency in the city of El Pozo, but only one team can survive. Second team either have to take a fight or maybe move away from the city of El Pozo. But let's find out what's gonna happen, because Raw Officials, well, they are definitely having a good run in terms of the aggression they are showcasing us. On the other side, Leo Esports, well, they are the kings of Miramar after 4MV, because they have got the second highest points in Miramar. So definitely it's one of their strong maps. I would not want to poke the players of Leo Esports position, because for Raw Officials, every single point matters a lot.
Every single point matters. Couldn't have said it better. Definitely couldn't have said it better. 1 point could be the difference. And in fact, today being day number 5, I definitely do not want that to happen. But we've seen that happen so many times where, in the final game, till the final round, you still don't know what team is going to be the one that will be able to qualify. And it all boils down to that 1 point difference. So perhaps today could be one of those days where we are looking at the top 12 teams after all the 5 games are done, before we jump into the bonus game and find out that the team on the 12th position made it so just because of a difference of 1 point. That is how critical it is. But again, that is something that every viewer and player knows by now. So I'm talking to a wall basically when I say things like that. But at the same point of time, you never know. Some people don't know that. Well, here you have a little bit of information that could maybe help you out. Maybe you try and jump into the esports arena and you understand, oh, okay, that's how it works. But right now, of course, as we move away from that flaky conversation towards High Voltage's Jiggle, High Voltage again, a team that has been very, very good in terms of the performance they've showcased. Very pristine in terms of the way that they've been able to define and create their position in the entire lobby of 20 teams. That is definitely commendable for the side of High Voltage. But will that be enough? You start off good, that's really well. But this is just week number 1. Keep that in mind, right? This is just day number 5. We've got 2 more weeks of this entire fiasco taking place before we jump in to the finals itself. And I say fiasco because so many big names are still not able to get away from that second page. They're still stuck below 12th position. Big names, and that is something that nobody wants to be able to see. No fan wants to see. The team themselves, of course, do not want to see them over there. But that's how crazy the journey has become between these teams. And with that, Mabitex's Baron finds a knock on towards Bad Intentions as player. Bad Intentions, what can they do, I wonder? What can they change, I wonder? Because every single time they try and change the way they want to be playing the game, the way they want to drop down, and they always get caught off guard. They always get caught out, and that, of course, is not the way you want to start the game. The morale automatically goes down so low. On top of that, if you're sitting on the 20th position, yeah, that just completely dissipates whatever morale boost you could have had. Nevertheless, best part about Bad Intentions is they keep on trying. They keep on coming back. They keep on trying and delivering. And they do so. As we talk about the start of the day itself, they got, what, 3rd, if I'm not wrong. They were in the top 3, which is definitely a kudos effort from them. So as long as they keep on bringing those sort of efforts, you never know how the battleground is going to change in your favor. And that is something that we want to be able to see from Venom DE as well today. In the previous game, sadly, they took on too many fights, is how I would like to call it, right? But decently enough, they got 7 defeat points, which was definitely commendable compared to how they started on day number 1 when the entire league started of PMPL South Asia. But right now on our screens, Farhad, along with his teammates in the back, slowly cruising along to find the perfect ground. But this time around, IHC has been on our screens way too many a times. Do we have some inclination coming in from the production side that maybe this could be IHC's game. I mean, they are making a lot of noise. They're roaming abouts as well. Look at Godless with that 8x scope. He's ready to bring in some Kraken headshots. We're yet to see if that'll be the case, if that will be delivered or not. The only first blood that we saw was, of course, of Bad Intentions player who went down. That was all thanks to Mabitex's approach.
Well, certainly,
But yeah, apart from that, yes.
well, certainly, IHC, they are looking so very strong in this particular one because, but I have my doubts again. It's Miramar. Miramar has never been IHC's strong map. It is Erangel. Yes, they can try to dominate on Miramar as well because they do have the gunpowder. Godless being the main assaulter of their team, but somewhere else, the players of Bad Intention are falling down from the vehicle and have been knocked down. Well, let's hope their teammate or his teammate is somewhere nearby so that easy rescue mission can come in this situation. But Bad Intention, talking about this particular team, they are somewhere on the bottom of leaderboard. Everything is broken about them. Nothing is working for this particular team. At the same time, talking about the players of Raw officials, the drop location clash that happened with the players of Leo Esports seems like they are not engaging in any sort of fight. That is a good thing. And yes, they have already started their rotation and they're way ahead of Leo Esports. But talking about the team that is somewhere in the center is going to be the players of 4MV. And again, a very good rotation coming from their side. T2K having the southern control. But all these teams need to be a bit careful of a team that is trying to rise up or climb up the ladder slowly. That is going to be DE Venom, because the way they took down the plus of high voltage in the previous map, they're definitely showcasing the signs of aggression. They're showcasing that yes, they are a force to be reckoned with, and with the southern shift in the circle, well, DE Venom, T2K, 4MV in a good position again.
Oh yes, and the circle. I'm loving the way the zone is constricting all of these teams. Look at those colors, like ants just trying to hop on along onto their prey. And that, of course, is the zone right now. That's going to be right next to Chumma Sera. But the teams at the backgrounds right now, DEADEYES guys, Mabitex, sticking to the edges. Yes, it works out, but when you got so many teams, I mean, TRZ, the southern rotation from the prison island that they're going to be making, that looks like the most pristine thing that they've done, because from the southern edge of the zone, there pretty much is nothing. Quarter half of the zone is pretty much nothing, no team around. And that is something that TRZ can very well capitalize upon. And it seems like right now, Mabitex, the team that we were talking about just a minute ago, the ones that are making a late rotation right next to them were, of course, DEADEYES guys as well. Sticking very, very close to the Blues, 1,800 meters away from the zone. Still, just one first blood situation that we had seen in favor of Mabitex against the players of Bad Intentions is all we've got. But with that, it is going to be 4 MVs, Doc with a mini 14 as Jiggle from High Voltage goes down. He's been knocked down, not been eliminated as of yet.
Well, certainly not been eliminated yet, so that means there is a chance of a revival coming in, but Kurita needs to be very careful in this situation, because with that vehicle, Jane do have an idea where Kirita could be, and a grenade, a perfect grenade from the side of Jane could be the reason for the demise of Kirita, because I can't see his teammates anywhere near. Oh, never mind. In the minimap, I can see the backup, the cavalry coming in for Kirita right now. But still, Jane and Krita needs to be a bit cautious as they have overextended in this particular fight. On the other side, Sandesh is there for the backup of Jane. I like the way both these teams are not over-committing in this fight. They are relying on the information. They're trying to gather as much intel up onto each other as much possible. They're trying to cover the flank angles also. But on the other side of the map, somewhere else, we have the players of Maptex going up against the players of Leo, and trades are coming from both sides. But Jane finds Krita over there and instantly knocks him down, and looks like a confirmation is also coming in.
Absolutely, as T2K Jane brings down Greta from DE. Venom not too good of a start for Venom DE. I mean, Shadow, you were mentioning this time and time again. Kreta, he was out in the open. He was trying to just stay prone, but T2K Jane, he knew something was fishy out there. And he was able to, of course, catch that net. That in turn was, of course, Venom DE losing out on one of their players. As we look on the kill feed, we've got IHC's Ziol taking shots, as well as Leo Esports against Mabitex. Quite a lot of fights taking place. Finally, as we've got 50 seconds left before we jump into stage 3 and play zone. Seems to be damaging so many teams right now, as we have Leo Esports, who were part of the kill feed, who extended staying out in the kill in the blues because they wanted some elimination points. Sadly, have now lost out on 2 of their players thanks to blues. Hopefully they'll be able to get that revival, but right now it's what that is the fight that we are going to be participating in, because Mapitex Esports Baron, that perfect nade is going to be given a little bit of damage, but not a lot to the players of Leo Esports. Now, Leo Esports, the 2 players, Smokey and Sus, they don't have a lot of health to work with right now. Thankfully, Sus does have first aid kits. Yep, they've got first aid kits. 6 first aid kits right there, but for Mr. Smokey does not have any. So it is time for them to rush out of here. And as they do on the kill feed, we've got Venom DE taking on shots against the players of 4MV as well, as 4MV are being brought down from not only 1 but 2 individual sides, as DRS also take interest against 4MV's positioning. This is a chaotic game where so many teams have decided to stick out in the blues. They're taking fights, they're taking damage, they are getting eliminated as well. But what is happening in the zone is what now I would love to see, because all these teams that are making a late rotation, do they even have an opening in the zone, I wonder?
Well, that opening is something which the players of DE Venom are also trying to find, but first they have to revive their own fallen teammate. That is going to be Domi, as he's still bleeding out. On the other side, we have the players of T2K having the height advantage. Rayleigh is quite occupied because all he has is a bit of the tree trunk for the cover. Farad is trying to keep the enemy at the bay. That is going to be the players of T2K, but somewhere else we have the players of Steel Esports also falling down, as one knock is coming from their side. They have to revive their teammate as soon as possible, but because Steel Esports, well, they can't afford a single bad game, because now they're left with only 3 games. But for MV Dog, the clutch man, again with a grenade, brings down the players of Steel Esports, and looks like now Steel is down to 2 men only.
Steel Esports not looking good. The previous game, if at all that was any indication, we were so waiting to see the hungry lion of Steel Esports to be able to get some more points in this game. But sadly, with 2 players already, well, one of the players of course has been lost. It seems like the second one has been knocked right now, and the fights that they are taking are against the players of 4MV. A tough fight for the players of Steel Esports, as one of the players will not be able to get a revival. The second one has already been knocked as well. So Steel Esports perhaps are going to be left with just a single man surviving. Will that even be allowed? It seems like that is also going to be likely. Yep, Aero is the only player who's going to be able to survive for the side of Steel Esports. On the other front for 4MV, they did lose out on Refuse a couple of minutes ago, but overall they're looking A-okay. It's all Doc who's been able to, of course, dock those kills for himself. 3 points to his name, and so is going to be the case for his team as well, with 15 teams remaining, Seal being the first team to get eliminated. A chaotic Miramar, as so many teams are scattered across all over the place. But Bad Intentions right there bring down a point for themselves. Bad Intentions, Dylan will take on shots against Leo Esports' player, as Leo Esports' Sus is also left out in the open in the background. So Leo Esports' 2 players are going to run away from this area. That is fine, but where are you going to run to, I wonder? How far away are you going to be able to run away to? There we have it. Not for long, because IHC's demo was able to catch hold of Leo Esports' running team, and that in turn has brought a heightened dummy down as well. So a tough luck situation for them.
And right now, the players of Leo Esports, Mr. Smokey needs to be a bit careful in the situation, but never mind. Maptex Esports Leo, last man standing, has been eliminated, and Maptex Esports bids bye-bye at 15th spot with only 3 elimination. But we have the players of Abrupt Slayers also going up against High Voltage, and it seems like High Voltage has also been eliminated with no points to them at the 14th spot. But Mr. Smokey is not prepared for this rush that is coming from the side of IHC. It's a 1v3 situation, and the HP of Mr. Smokey is only 40%. He's not at all prepared, and that is where there is going to be his demise. And Leo Esports, after a valiant effort, has been eliminated at 13th spot. Now IHC, they have managed to take the control of the western front of the circle. They do have a good compound to their name. At the same time, they do have 2 points, 2 elimination points in their favor as well.
Indeed they do, and they're just getting started, hopefully, because they've been able to spot out the heads of the players of T2K as well as Suyog along with Rig have been sprayed upon from the side of Zeol. But of course, having the height advantage, T2K were a little bit more precise against Zeol and were able to damage his vest as well as helmet, which has gone on and taken almost about 48% damage as well. But now for MB, they push on ahead, getting the numbers, the defeat points increased. A 3-man squad with 12 teams remaining right now. This is still an open game. Quite a lot of the zone is, of course, taken over this mountain as well. That is what T2K thought they would be able to utilize and capitalize upon, but they did not realize that they were up against IHC, a team that has so much experience. They know all the angles they need to be covering. They know where all are the different areas that a team, if they're up on top of the mountain, are going to be peaking from. And those peaks have been neutralized thanks to, of course, IHC's approach. And right now we do see, of course, Zeol, Godless. They've made an entry onto the mountain, trying to scout out and spot out their opponents. Demo from the backgrounds is also going to be leaving the compound now, because now it is time for IHC to make a marker, as they've made their presence felt on this mountain now.
Well, certainly they have made their presence felt and in style 2 defeat points, but right now they're trying to poke the players of Raw officials as they are trying to contest this hill area. This grenade could be deadly for the players of Raw officials, but Zoil right now, he's trying to buy some time, but a retaliation grenade from the side of Claw takes down Zoil, and looks like there is no chance of a revival coming in, because look at the distance between Claw and I'd see Zoil. Easy confirmation will be coming in, but smokes are being deployed. But from the backlines, Claw is keeping IHC at bay. Godless has been taken down in this situation, and the numbers of IHC are definitely not in their favor, as Demo is the only man standing. But for how long, as Zoil has already been eliminated, and Demo makes a mature decision of leaving his teammates, fallen teammates, to death, to their demise, because he can't do anything in this situation, because it's a 1v3 and better fight for the points and move ahead in the game. And with that, Raw officials, well, they have got 5 defeat points in their name.
Well, Raw officials, I mean, the way they took on that fight, that too against the players of IHC, definitely commendable. I mean, Claw, you had a clutch for it, mate. And definitely deserving performance right there from Raw. But now it seems like a 4v1 situation, Elementrix, as they push on against the players of their guys. Even they did that, they took on a knock right there. Elementrix, a tough start. But never mind that, because they have still all 4 players standing. One of them did get a knock. That's okay. They were able to eliminate their opponent. That was the name of DEADEYES. With that, on our screen is going to be Venom, Tommy, the only player from Venom. They did try their 11th best, I believe, because they've been able to get him to the top 10. But now the small little shack that he's stuck is probably going to be there. He will finish the game as well, because from surrounding, there are so many teams. As soon as Tommy leaves that shack, it will be the end of Venom. We'll come back to that, as right now on our screen you can see. Raw officials down below, up on top is going to be T2K. Right in front of them, we do have a flank angle showcase set of Raw officials once again as well. As Zordy was also a different angle altogether, but IHC numbers are doubled down. Godless and Zeol were lost. Alex and them all units surviving. Now it's going to be a Slayers bringing on the spray against the players of the team. 4-MD.
Well, certainly for Vikendi, Emperor's learning 3 defeats with themselves trying to get the hill, so we need to try to contest them. One side, we have ourselves in Trixie also with the and looks like one side of IE has been one to his knees. Charlie looking for confirmation on control from there or AD, and he's looks like there was
officials take away the communication. They down has already eliminated the player of IHC Demo, and that means IHC down to just one man, but alongside that, T2K and TRZ locked on right here on this mountain. Who's going to be the better one? Officials seems like they are very hungry to deliver those punches and those that is resulted in T2K also taken one of those players down as T2K and Raw officials 2-1 fight. Well, never mind. Yes, there is going to be a 2 fight right now because the official still has law and SA against T2K. But in the third party that could go wrong. Like SITM would jump into this action. I have not yet done so. On the back lines, of course, guess SA bot will get Nate to perfection. This is going to be the end of TRZ.
Certainly, can you then get any TRZ and looking for increases in the situation? Yes, the are there and I mentioned you to the TRZ, they don't have the position content that is in the official, and these names that are coming from inside the KSA, like you mentioned, could be the demise of the entire team, both the girls of TRZ right now. They have a job to do, how to do the reservation on body as well as season lead out. KSA is trying his best, fighting to keep them in the bay. But they also need to be careful of some team on top of the hill that is having doing the girls of T2K.
Absolutely, that's what worries me as well. Rob just playing the game and the cards right, but they are in a bit of a sticky sandwich situation when T2K decide can be very professional in their tracks. But T2K, what they do not have is the fact that numbers are in favor of officials. T2K, Greg, and Change, just two-man army are so spread across trying to take on those shots, of course, connect those dots. Not even an easy task for officials.
Esports have both the games consistent, good games. But second page is where my focus is. NB Esports, they are still in the on the 12th position with 92 points. TRZ slowly climbing up the ladder on the 13th with 88 points. Seal Esports on 14th with 87 points. So there is a chance of any of these teams if they deliver a 30 bomber, they can topple over in the NB Esports.
That's not going to happen though. That's
Okay.
going to be very, very tough. Very, very tough. I'm not sure how Seal Esports was able to do it. And then the next game, they jump in with just 1 or 2 points. I mean, yeah, that's what Battleground is. That's exactly what the Battleground is and does to these teams. But with that, I believe now it is time to, of course, talk about the schedule, which we've already discussed is going to be the next game that is going to be played on Sanhok. We spoke about Group B not playing, but the prediction is the most important thing now. On the map of Sanhok, what do the stats say, Shadow?
Well, for MV, they have the highest points statistically speaking in Sanhok, 40 points to their name. Then it comes to Stalwart Esports and Maplex Esports. So prediction is not going to be so easy. I'll go with Stalwart Esports.
All right, STE is going to be your pick for this upcoming game. And for me, I would like to stick with TRZ. And I want to be able to see if TRZ can actually deliver a chicken dinner sort of a performance today on the map of Sanhok. It is going to be very, very chaotic, that's for sure. We've actually seen TRZ be a part of those initial fights itself, which has not gone in their favor. But again, fingers crossed, that's what I would love to be able to see from their side. On the other front, for high voltage, for DRS, who are still playing this game, one thing that I've noticed from them is they've taken a little bit of a backseat approach in terms of the over-aggressive streak that is required is not being showcased from them, which is good. There is no worries at all. There is no problem in that sort of an approach. But will it work throughout next week as well is what worries me. Because so many teams got into the top 10, got into the top 5, and now they're like, all right, hands up, we're done. We have participated and we've completed what the objective was, to be a part of the top 12. Rest does not matter. But never mind, that's all speculation from my side, as the flight path is on our screens as the game has begun.
Well, certainly their flight path is towards the northern side. It is going from the side of Camp Alpha and towards the southern side of Camp Bravo. But it's a 4x4 map. It doesn't matter. Even if you want to glide down towards the side of Sami, you can easily glide over there. But I'm looking forward to the drop location clashes, because every single time we have a drop location clash happening in Paradise Resort towards the side of Ruins area and Painan, and looks like Paradise this time again 2 teams are going to be there. I8 definitely, NB Esports is also heading over there. And last time I do remember both these teams engaged into a fight with each other. Elementrix again going for a split drop towards the side of Ruins area, and Painan this time it's only raw officials.
Indeed, for now, that seems to be the only team at Painan. Though the best part right now is also the fact that the teams have understood each other. Look at how scattered they are. They know their drop contestation, and thus that is something that they're not interested in, which is lovely jovely. But nevertheless, of course, do not forget that we are part of Sanhok. It's a very, very small map, 4x4 tile. So it ain't going to take long before we jump into a scenario where there is going to be quite a lot of chaos that's going to be ensued, quite a lot of fights that are going to be brought in from these teams. And the first blood is going to be drawn, that's for sure. But from which team, though, is what makes me wonder.
Could be SITM, could be Abrupt Slayers, because they both are in the close proximity to each other, and Desert do have an idea that Gangster is in the compound, and looks like Gangster also heard some sound cues as he's making a quick escape from the situation and trying to regroup with his teammates. That means a sigh of relief for Desert also from SITM, because last game was not at all in the favor of SITM, and they do need the points. On the other side, Abrupt Slayers, they are a very strong team whenever it comes to Sanhok. Also, Abrupt Slayers, they showcase a decent performance, not so bad, but at least they make an average of 10 points. They have total of 12 points in the map of Sanhok. On the other side, SITM, they have managed to get only 7 points total in Sanhok. So for SITM, Sanhok, let's just say it's not their strong map.
It's not their strong map. That is something I would have to agree for. SITM has not showcased that sort of result. But again, on this map of Sanhok, it is definitely a slow paced approach from these teams this time around, as we're almost done with stage 1 and still no first blood has been drawn. There was a bit of an opportunity right there between ASL and of course SITM, but that was not utilized. And is Yeta Ota actually jumping on water? What? Never mind. That's what you do when you grind so much. You understand how exactly can you jump on water as well. And that's from raw officials, Yeta Ota.
Well, certainly, if you want to walk on water, this is the only area where you can do so. Sanhok, the game of PUBG Mobile, anything is possible. You can defy gravity. You can do anything basically in the game of PUBG Mobile. But raw officials, talking about this particular team also, they're having a very good run. The way their graph is in a linear direction, they are improving in terms of the aggression, in terms of the fights which they are picking. But right now, Viper needs to be a bit careful because Seal, well, they are way too much spread out around this area of Bhan, I believe. And Viper, he's all by himself. Yes, I do understand Sanhok offers a great foliage, but still, out there in the open, in the map of Sanhok, is something very dangerous. Yes, Sky is there to help him out. It's a 2v2 situation, but still, I8 and Seal, they both need the points. They are not in top 12, especially for Seal. This game matters a lot.
It most certainly does. Quite a lot, in fact. They jumped on to the 12th position, took down NB Esports, but now, jumping across like that, Becca's definitely going down, and that he definitely will, as that Lurk and Sky from Illuminatru has jumped onto the opportunity, taken down Becca, and now the entirety of the clan of Illuminatru are going to be pouncing on to the compound, and that is where Sky will be knocked down as well. So trade has been taking place between the fight between these two teams. But how exactly is the retaliation going to be from the side of Seal? Because for now, Illuminatru, once again, we've seen this happen before as well. Illuminatru end up taking 2 individual fights. Woofiz, what was the reason for him to take on an individual fight where there's one going on right next to the compound that he's in? But nevertheless, I mean, he took on a couple of sprays against TRZ's position, and now he jumps on ahead to take on the players of Seal Esports as Rogue goes down. Perfect information being relayed down to him as well. And that in turn has brought down the numbers of Seal Esports down to a 2-man squad, 2-man army. Not looking good. One game played to perfection from Seal Esports. Sadly, the day has not been that gracious in the next game.
Well, certainly, Seal Esports, they lost 2 of their crucial members in the very early stage of this game, and looks like the remaining 2+ are also not in the best of the position, as SKYLIGHTZ Gaming Nima is keeping a close eye towards Sanchir, and even Aero is also not in the best of the position right now. So Seal Esports better be careful, and it's not so easy. Looks like the rush is already there. The players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are rushing towards Sanchir, and from the backline, Nima is providing the necessary support required. The Molotov was so quickly for the players of Seal Esports, brings down 1 player, but on the other side, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, 2 players have been knocked down, and Aero all by himself, looking for a confirmation as well. But Nima with a grenade is looking for a finish point onto Aero and eliminate the entirety of Seal Esports. Nima is not so sure about the number of players present over there because they have got confirmation on to 1 player only, but looks like his teammates are providing him the information required, and Aero has taken a hefty damage from the grenades, and a final grenade becomes a final blow, and Seal Esports, the game that mattered the most for this particular team, has been eliminated at the 16th spot with only 1 point to delay.
Absolutely, and the fights continue on 4th as Leo Esports take on the shots against the players of Mavitex as well, as there's been a perfect trade between these two teams. Kese was able to bring down his opponent right there with almost a sliver of HP. Not 1 but 2 of the players are going to be dropped down from Kese as well, as Mavitex, just like that in a minute, have been able to eliminate Leo Esports on the 15th position. What a ludicrous effort that was from Kese. Definitely commendable. And look at his... wow, his helmet as well as his vest did not take a lot of damage right there. Incredible performance showcased from Kese, but that is not yet done because ASL, Abrupt Slayers, are going to be taken on and mowing down the players of SITM. It looks like SITM had a really good start in the league on day 1, but since then, they've been going down and down, and since then, ASL has been rising up to the occasion, and that's exactly what Bishal is going to be very, very proud of right now, to be able to give his teammate a revival, as Chari, Bishal, and Sleepy slowly make their way towards the center of the zone, which is going to be 1,000 meters away.
Well, certainly 1,000 meters away from the circle, and they don't have too many healings onto him, because I saw Vishal with only one first aid. But it's Sanhok, you can have the resources required. You can easily find the resources you need in the situation. But on the other side, talking about the map, we have a team in the green. It is going to be IHC, I believe, who are coming from the northern side of the map. They need to be a bit careful of the plus of TRZ, but in the center, epicenter, again, Stalwart Esports showcasing a very good rotation, along with the plus of IA towards the side of Bhan. Both these teams are having the entire control of the center of the circle. That means next circle is also going to be in their favor, but TRZ needs to be a bit cautious, because one side, they have IHC and Mad Cat. Not too many resources, no smoke, no grenade, just one Molotov and one first aid. 11-1 armor. Well, TRZ Mad Cat, he needs secondary loot. He needs to loot some compounds, or maybe loot few crates in the later stage of the game. And looks like he doesn't have a vague idea there could be a team present. But in the airdrop, we have a big weapon that is going to be AMR and a level 3 kit.
Indeed, the second airdrop of the day with an AMR. Which team is going to be lucky? We do see there was one colored team right there, right next to that airdrop position, but never mind that, because right now we've got another fight around between the players of Venom DE. But who are they spraying upon, or who are they getting sprayed on upon from? Was it STE that we saw right next to them, or is it SKYLIGHTZ Gaming up on top from that mountain? Who is Relay trying to find? As I was saying, STE is right around the corner as well to the compound that Venom DE are in. It could have been Raw officials as well. Whatever the team it was, Venom DE in a lot of trouble. But the best part is the fact that they are in the zone. They don't have a single defeat point yet, though. But at least they've got the information as to where all individual teams are. So they're keeping a very close, keen eye check towards all of those angles where they could be pounced on upon. And that is definitely showcasing experience right there. That's showcasing the determination. It's showcasing the, the grind that these players do together to be able to be that quick. But in all of that, Krita from Venom DE is still out in the open. He wants to be the one on top of the mountain, so that just in case, if at all there is a team that tries to flank Venom DE's compound, Krita will be the one who will get the first information, which is definitely a really good setup coming in from Venom DE. But again, they're just playing the waiting game right now. Whereas for Raw officials, look at what is going on. This is a huge split coming in from Raw officials. Two players from them, Claw and Zordi, are all by themselves, whereas the other two players, Yetauta, along with Kese, are so far away.
Well, certainly some unorthodox split coming from the side of Raw officials, but all the viewers watching our stream, we are very sorry for the technical issue or the audio issue that happened. We are aware of it, but believe us, everything has been fixed. You can enjoy the game now. Every technical issue has been fixed now. We are so very sorry for it. But like Blotter was mentioning about the unorthodox split that was coming from the side of Raw officials, well, if it's working for you, there is no need to mend it. And looks like for Raw officials, everything is working up until now. All the four players, they do have intel, they do have the information required in the map of Sanhok, because you have to have information about your opponent, that where exactly the rotations are coming in, and as much information you have in your hand, you are the king of the map. Or somewhere else, we have the players of IH, Noah X being one with the nature, taking advantage of the foliage, but he better be careful, because we have the players of Stalwart Esports on the lower ground. They do have a good compound to the name. They have the epicenter of the circle. I8, yes, they are in the center, but they don't have a good compound to their name.
Indeed, Illuminate True, they need to do a lot better to be able to, of course, hone those skills to get those points consistently every single game. And that is something that is being missed from the side of Illuminate Crew. But right now it seems like Stalwart, a team that we were talking about from the angle of Venom DE, have now pounced down upon Venom DE itself, because Stalwart, they were just waiting. They were just whiling away their time. They've got 0 defeats as of yet, as we can see. But they were waiting for the stage 4 to begin, I believe. And now that they've got the information, they've got the final few stages beginning, now they want to be able to create that fear amongst the other teams in the lobby around their compound, that you better be careful. We are in the center and we are here to showcase our best play to win the fight, to get the points in the bank for ourselves. But again, having said all of that, they've got 0 defeat points as of yet. Still left with 13 teams we are. As this Sanhok also has turned into quite a stalemate situation. Far away on the other side of the game, it seems like Stalwart, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has taken shots against the players of NB Esports and brought down one of their players as well.
Well, NB Esports, they're happy right now because Seal Esports has been eliminated. So that means the team that was trying to contest their spot in the overall ranking has been eliminated. So that means NB Esports, they don't have to worry. That is the reason for the late rotation also that is coming from the side of NB Esports. Because we know NB Esports is an aggressive team. But right now, they need the consistency. They need the points. And looks like they're aiming for those points. But the two players in the blue, well, they have to cross paths with the players of Maptex Esports.
They will have to, one way or the other. And the zone throws another curveball because the zone is so far away. But again, it's a good thing as well for the side of NV Esports, because at least that means that Maptex, who are going to be waiting in that compound, are also going to have to make a move. But NV Esports' player has gotten a little too close to Maptex's compound, and perhaps there will be a fight that will be drawn between those two, but we'll come back to that later. As for now, on our screens, we do have TRZ, all 4 players getting closer and closer towards the players of Illuminate True. Now for IAH, Illuminate True, this is the only players, the 3 players that are remaining that are going to be on our screens. Woofers, Viper, and then the final 3rd player, who we are yet to see, who's a little far out, as we can see on the top right-hand side of the mini-map itself. Steel Shot in his buggy is trying to scope out the area before he tries to jump into the compound, because of course TRZ also knows that getting into this compound is going to be very, very important. Or maybe they've already spotted the opponent players of Illuminate True.
Well, maybe they have, but right now we have high voltage going up against the players of Abrupt Slayers. Abrupt Slayers, they do have the uphill angle, but Jiggle managed to bring down one player down with a perfect grenade projectile. But Abrupt Slayers, well, the numbers are not in their favor, and looks like Vishal has been taken down by IHC Demos. That means a third party is happening, and Abrupt Slayers, nothing is working for them, as Vishal is looking for a revival from Chari. At the same time, the players of High Voltage are also closing the distance. From the opposite side is the players of IHC inching closer to the players of Abrupt Slayers. It's a almost desperate for the players of Abrupt Slayers.
Indeed, from both the angles, there is absolutely no way ASL is going to be able to hide away for long, because after all, from all the angles, High Voltage just pounces out upon and takes on that team by a surprise, and ASL had nothing that they could do in that situation. With that, and Esports also get eliminated. 11 teams total in remaining. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have lost out on AJ. Nima, Mafia Ninja, and No Fear are the 3 players that are remaining. But TRZ seems to be, of course, taking down the players of Mavitex. As Mavitex also get eliminated, TRZ utilizing their opportunity to perfection, but they are still not done with this fight, as Illuminate True is still around in the vicinity and the Blues have caught up to them. This is trouble brewing for the players of TRZ. They were waiting for this, but it seems like the opening has been created as Woofus goes down, and now is the moment that TRZ can very well shine. With the DBS in his hand, Mamba pushes on ahead. Woofus goes down, and I8 are down to just a one-man army, as one of their teammates is dropped down. Venom on the other side, Venom DE get eliminated, and same is the case, I believe, for for Illuminate True, as well, as they are left with just a one-man squad. This is chaos. I mean, from one angle to the other, there are 3 fights that are being showcased, and it is getting really difficult to be able to, of course, predict as to where exactly is this going. TRZ, is it going to be in their favor or not? Because slowly and steadily, they were helped out in that fight against Illuminate True, but there were so many other teams who were going on closer and closer towards TRZ's position, and right now we just saw from the top view that DRS is right around the vicinity as well.
Typical Sanhok, fight after fight we are witnessing, and in a matter of 9 seconds, the blue will also start closing in. That is when the players of TRZ need to worry about, because look at the position of DRS. They are waiting for the players of DRS, for the players of TRZ right now, and this grenade that Steel Shot is lobbing is trying to find some opening. They do have the vehicles required for the necessary rotation or the flank angle which they are trying to create, but that's not going to work as two players of TRZ has been taken down. Trades are coming back and forth. Steel Shot is trying to take down one more player of DRS who is going for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade, but first Steel Shot need to patch himself up. Look at the resources of Steel Shot. He has got nothing, no bandages, nothing, just one painkiller and one stun grenade. Even the armor has taken a hefty damage, so Steel Shot better be very careful in this situation. Yes, he has managed to move inside the circle, but he lost 3 players while doing so. And DRS, well, the attention of all the 4 players are on Steel Shot. It's a 1v4 situation.
Oh, this is sad. This is very, very sad. And the reason why it is that much more sadder is the fact that TRZ at one point in time, just a minute ago, were looking so confident the way they were pushing on ahead. But then that mistake, I mean, I wouldn't even call it a mistake, the decision of getting into the buggy and then running out of that area. Mad Cat, I think it was, who got into the buggy and then ran away. That gave a clear opening to DRS. They knew exactly the angle the TRZ players are going to be coming out from. There was no other place to hide apart from that rock. That was just a little bit of a dull mistake. But nevertheless, never mind, TRZ get eliminated. 7 teams remaining as we have 20 players all alive. Stalwart, look at that. 7 teams remaining. We are in stage 6, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And Stalwart have only taken on 1 defeat. That is how passive the team has become. Because they know they've got one objective. That is to topple down the leader of the overall ranking. That's 4MV. Apart from that, they're qualified for the bonus game. They don't need to do much, but just play their cards right. Slowly and steadily move along with the zone. At the edge of the zone is the gameplay that they're showcasing right now. And as long as it's working, like Shadow said, I change it.
Well, certainly, Stalwart Esports are having their own race with the players of 4MV. I just want to know I just want to see how both these teams are going to perform on the bonus match. But right now, we have the players of I8 going up against the players of DRS, and looks like Eliminate Crew will also bid bye-bye to the lobby. And now we are left with only 4 teams and 14 players remaining, as Raw Officials has also been eliminated. And DRS, look at the aggression that is coming from their side. 8 elimination points already to them. But the numbers are not in their favor. Only 2 players remaining. And Stalwart Esports, I've never seen this team go so passive. Only 3 defeat points in the final circle when 4 teams are alive. But we have high voltage as well. 6 defeat points. They are looking strong. They do have the numbers. So let's see which team is going to get this Sanhok in their hands.
Well. We've got 2 teams all the way from Mongolia right here. IHC Stalwart Esports. And then 2-man split team from Nepal of High Voltage joining in. Which region will dominate here? All the 3 teams, of course, have 4 players each. The 2-man split from High Voltage could be a very high IQ play or a very destructive, self-destructing play as well. It could be self-detrimental play, it very well could be. Because they are so far out in the open, that if at all one of them takes a knock, it is going to be very troublesome to get a revival. But never mind that, it seems like the opening has been created from the side of Stalwart, as IHC's Godless has dropped down, and he will be eliminated as well. I'm not sure what's going down with Godless. His gameplay, his playstyle has completely changed. It's definitely not for the better, but for now, Stalwart is definitely utilizing all of those minute things that are not going in favor of IHC and taking it by a storm. And surprise is going to be Stalwart, because they've got 5 defeat points. They've already taken down 1 more player. That's going to be Alex, but from far away in the distance, Tops from the back angle going to be taking a cover fire as Stalwart's player also does go down. But in all of this, High Voltage has been very, very silent, and this is the moment for them to shine. As they shine, it is going to be Assassin who's going to be trying to deliver a perfect bullet spray against the players of IHC as well. Now, Stalwart Esports are going to be able to get this revival. I believe they should be able to. That would mean a 4v4 situation, and a 4v4 fight is what we can expect between High Voltage against the players of STE. Both of them sitting at 7 defeat points, all equalized. Tops and Assassin from individual sides have created a flank. Jiggle along with IC has got another side of flank, and then we already know that the teammate are also getting revival from Stalwart Esports, and there it is, Action and Nirs.
Well, certainly a 4v4 fight between the players of Stalwart Esports and High Voltage. The grenades are definitely coming from the side of Assassin, but look at the position of IC. He's so very close to the players of High Voltage, and they have no idea. Assassin's entire focus is on the remaining three players, and the way he's carpet bombing the area, Action has received a lot of damage from that particular grenade, but not enough to take him down. Yes, Stalwart Esports, they do have the resources right now, but IC, the flank angle which he was going for, manages to take down Jiggle over there. So the numbers advantage is definitely now in the favor of Stalwart Esports, and now IC is going for the Assassin of High Voltage. Can he take him down? But before that, Praveen lobs a grenade to the perfection, takes down one player, and at the same time with his weapon takes down the second player also.
Well, it all was down to this final moment, and this is where it is a 1v1 situation between, of course, Stalwart's Action against the final player, Malik, of High Voltage. Action is down to almost a sliver of HP. Malik still has quite a lot. It all boils down to the spray that is going to be played, and the spray is going to be in favor of High Voltage, that's for sure. And that, in turn, results in High Voltage getting a perfect chicken dinner right now. It was a close affair, nothing taken away from Stalwart, as well as it was an equal traded game that was being showcased right there at the end. But indeed, only one of them is going to be the one walking away with the chicken dinner, and this time around, it is going to be High Voltage, all thanks to Malik.
Well, certainly it was Malik's grenade and 11 eliminations to High Voltage with 1558 damage, and now they're sitting on the third spot in the overall ranking.
Well, now that we've got 4 games done for the day, that means that now it is time to talk about the chaos that ensued right here on Sanhok. This was just... I was trying to cast, but it was so difficult. It was so difficult because there are, again, that is what Sanhok is known for, right? That is something that you also mentioned, Shadow, that there are always going to be these third parties and fourth parties, multiple fights taking place. Initially, there was such a lull in the game because the teams had slowed down the map of Sanhok down to a stale space, and then suddenly they all rile up and just chaos ensued, where in the end, of course, it was High Voltage taking the game, but it definitely either ways could have been Stalwart's as well.
Well, it could have been, and you talked about Sanhok. I'm just waiting for Vikendi because I don't remember when was the last time I saw Vikendi in the competitive scenario. I do remember those crazy circles with 40% area in the very first circle in the water. So I'm just waiting for the Vikendi map, how it is going to go down. I just want to see action and those third parties and fourth parties in the weekend, but we have time for that. First, let's have a look at the MVP of this particular one, and it is going to be Assassin with 5 eliminations and 662 damage that he was dishing out, 3 assists and 3 knocks, and quite a lot healings done as well.
Damn, Assassin's got a lot of tattoo, I just noticed. I did not, I had not noticed that earlier. I mean, I've casted Assassin before as well, but I've never noticed that. He's sticking true to his name, you know. I mean, Assassin, all right, I gotta have a tattoo for every Assassin I do. But whatever the case be, Assassin getting the MVP right there. High Voltage walking away with a perfect chicken dinner as well. Definitely the lead that has been created between the first team and the second team. The third is High Voltage, has been High Voltage in the previous game as well, but now they're trying to catch up as well. Slowly and surely, they're trying to rack up those numbers and catch up to Stalwart, whereas Stalwart themselves are trying to rack up those numbers and catch up to 4MV. But overall, again, these three teams' journey, it is so interlinked and interconnected, because apart from these 3 teams, when you move on to the overall ranking, you'll see the difference between them 3 and all the others in the lobby. But right now, let's talk about the top players from this game as we start the things off from High Voltage's Assassin, who is the MVP of the game as well. Moving on to the second is going to be Stalwart Esports' Action with 4 eliminations but 563 damage. So that means he was able to get a lot more damage done comparatively, of course, but not get the final 5th elimination. Nevertheless, High Voltage, Malik, the player who was able to get the final blow against Stalwart Esports to get the chicken dinner in the bag for himself and his team.
Well, certainly, but looking at the match summary, again, it was entirely High Voltage game in terms of the highest elimination, the highest damage, highest assist, highest healings done. It's all over about Assassin. It's about Assassin everywhere. 5 eliminations, 662 damage, 3 assists, 480 healings done. Looks like the MVP is definitely ruling every chart right now.
Indeed, he definitely is. I mean, it makes sense. I've never gotten a tattoo, but now it seems like all right. They work, dude. They definitely work, and that's what's worked for Assassin right now, as he's all over the place with the MVP as well. But moving away from that lousy conversation to the match ranking, we have Stalwart Esports on the second right there with 8 eliminations. Compare that to High Voltage with 11 eliminations. Quite a kudos game. In fact, DRS Gaming as well were looking absolutely perfect in terms of the way that they approached the game. But in the final moments, it just completely faltered as they were left down to just a one-man army, and that too was annihilated.
Well, certainly they were annihilated, and NB Esports, Venom DE. Venom DE, this team also have few inconsistencies coming in. In one game, they come up and shine, and the very next game is not in their favor. This time, 0 points to their name. Seal Esports, this game mattered the most for them, and they faced a very early elimination. Even though the circle was in their favor, they dropped towards the center of the circle, very first circle. This could have been a good game for them as compared to NB Esports, because NB Esports, they were taking the blue zone damage. So that means they were
Quite
a
a
little
lot,
far
yeah.
away from the circle. So Seal Esports, all they had to do was just wait for the circle, have a patience game, but that didn't happen. Still, they do have one more game in their hands.
They most certainly do, and that is something that maybe would be able to help them out. But we'll find out. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure. But that is something that we've spoken about again and again. It's never easy in the battleground when it comes to this sort of position that you reach. I mean, PMPL South Asia, you got the best of the best teams all from South Asia joining into this fray. But look at that number right there. High Voltage has played all 20 games. 149 points is what they've got. Decent amount of lead that they were able to create from this previous game, their final game, for before they jump into, of course, the bonus game of Vikendi. But apart from that, there are all these other teams who've played 19 matches. So that means they are going to be part of one final game before they understand where they will be sitting in the overall ranking. But the top 10, they're looking fine. They are moving on ahead. They are going to be playing the bonus Vikendi map. More conversation needs to be had for the second page, Shadow.
Well, certainly that is where our entire focus is, especially on the ranking of NB Esports. And look like TRZ with their consistent gameplay has toppled over NB Esports, and they're sitting on the 12th spot with 94 points, and NB Esports only 2 points away, sitting on the 13th with 92 points. But Seal Esports, well, they had to deliver a very good performance if they want to play the bonus match, because they have a lot of difference between TRZ. 88 points they are having.
They've
TRZ.
got an opportunity though, because look at that.
Yes.
Venom DE and TRZ, they're both done with their games. They've
Oh.
played 20 games. 99 and 91 is what we're looking at from Venom and TRZ. So if they are done, and if something like Seal Esports was 10 points shy of Venom DE, if they're able to get 10 points in this game, Seal Esports are going to be the one who'll take Venom DE down and then push themselves in for that perfect Vikendi map. But never mind that. Right now it's time for the age-old question once again, the predictions. And of course, we know, I believe it is going to be Group A who are not participating, right?
Yeah.
For this final game of Erangel, yes, we've got Group B, C, D, and E. So Group A, we've got High Voltage, who are not going to be playing Venom DE, who are done raw officials, as well as TRZ. Apart from those teams, what other team would you predict for a chicken dinner in this final one, Shadow?
I want to go with Seal Esports, because
All
they
right.
do have a lot of pressure, and if they can deliver it one time, they can do it again also.
They most certainly can, and they should be able to do so. Fingers crossed, of course. With that, I'm going to go with the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. I hope that they're able to get the punch to, of course, the lobby, give the punch to the lobby, and get this final game in the bag and get another point on my prediction chart right down there. But anyways, we'll find out if that'll be the case or not. Right now, all in all, we know that it is going to be a lump sum game, because this is the final game before we jump into the bonus map of Vikendi. And this final game, as we were talking about it, is going to be played on the map of Erangel.
Well, certainly Erangel, where Group B, Group C, Group D, and Group E are going to play with each other, and Group A is sitting out. This game is so very crucial for the players of not TRZ, for the players of NB Esports and the players of Seal Esports, because they both are trying to qualify for the final match, or the bonus match, Vikendi, and I can just wait for Vikendi right now.
Well, we are going to have to wait a little bit longer. So are the viewers, of course, because we've got Erangel to go through before we understand what those top 12 teams are who are going to be participating, of course, in that final bonus game, or rather, first bonus game is another way to say it, because this is the first time that the bonus game is going to be played right here in week 1 of PMPL South Asia Spring Season 2023. Alongside that, it is going to be Vikendi. So like you said, I mean, it's been a very, very long time since we've casted Vikendi. I personally, it's been very, very long time. Along with that, it is a humongous map. I wonder how these top 12 teams are going to be finding each other out, and how long is it going to take. Never mind, all of those questions are going to be answered. Before that, though, it is time for Erangel. And Erangel time is going to be right now. As we jump in, we are going to find out where the flight path is going to be, where the zone is going to be. Till now, majority of the zones, Shadow, have been towards the southern side, towards the west and the east and the center. Maybe this time it could go towards the north. It should go towards the north. What do you think?
I'll be the happiest person if that happens. I love Stalwart circles. Yes, we saw one circle heading towards that particular side, but it was not entirely Stalwart circle. So anywhere towards north side, even if it is Yasna circle, I would love it. But PUBG gods are never so gracious on me. Maybe they'll listen to your prayers, as they always do.
Well, based on the flight path, that seems highly unlikely, the northern zone that we're talking about. But nevertheless, we are going to find out as to where exactly could this take us. It would be awesome if it could take us towards northeastern side, you know. That also would do us good. But never mind all of that. Let's talk about the teams that are dropping down as well. Of course, STE is playing, Stalwart is playing, 4MV is playing. So they're going to be going towards military base. That is going to be for 4MV. For Stalwart, they always go towards No Rapnoi. So loud and clear, nobody going to be worrying them. IHC, now this time around, look at that. They had an opportunity to actually wait it out, go all the way to the end of the flight path, and then jump down towards North Georgia, or South Georgia rather, because that's where they go. But they decided not to. They're that much more happier to go towards Milta Power, wherein they can jump on early and then get the loot segregated early, and then wait for where the zone is going to be dictating, and then perhaps decide what sort of a rotation are they going to be making.
Well, this entire game, my eyes are going to be stuck on NB Esports and SEAL Esports, because I'm expecting something huge from both these teams. NB Esports, in terms of aggression, they have already showcased how much they are capable of, and again, we have to be disappointed by the circle, because we have a southern circle.
Ouch. That is an ouch. Again, I mean, nothing taken away from the southern zones, of course, because southern zones do end up providing quite a lot of bridge camping, and previous game we saw Venom DE were the ones who were really good in terms of the way they controlled that bridge. Of course, this game they're not playing, as they have played all of their games. But this zone, it is going to be a chaos for so many teams. And with that, right off the bat, we've got Bad Intentions off to a bad start this time, as Shoykot from Bad Intentions has been eliminated.
Bad Intentions having a bad start. This is an age-old story of this particular week, because this team, I'm just hoping they do have a very good comeback in week number 2, because this week was not in their favor at all. But I do know these players do have the skill required. They do have the aggression. It's just that either they are scared to take the fight, or they've just lost the confidence. Something is not working for this particular team, because I know it's just one game required, one good game from the side of Bad Intention, and there won't be any stopping for this particular team. But right now in the southern island, we have the players of Stalwart Esports and 4MV. Stalwart, they always likes to drop towards the side of Novaripna. 4MV we have in the military base island, so that means both these teams are going to be pretty much loaded in terms of the resources they have in their hands. They will be having the best weaponry, all the grenades. Already I can see IC with 8 grenades.
You gotta do what you gotta do in the battleground, mate. And that's exactly what IC is up to. Make that 10 grenades that he's roaming about with. So, and of course, we know that, you know, these top tier teams, they always end up segregating the task between all the 4 players. And that in turn is, for now, for IC, he's the one who's, of course, getting all of those nade parades ready. Because they know it is going to be required. Especially with the way the zone has been created right now. It is going to be very, very important. In fact, quintessential it would be to enter a compound, a zone, in the zone. But apart from that, we've got DRS making a rotation right next to the players of Illuminate True's Viper. He seems to be lost. He's all by himself. On the top right hand side, the mini map is clearly indicating the fact that he's the one and only around in this area, surrounded by water and DRS. Choose your pick.
I'll pick DRS because they have the numbers. It's obvious. But talking about the amount of grenades which the players of Stalwart Esports are having, I saw IC's teammate Tops having 5 grenades. That means total 15 grenades in the hands of only 2 players. I wonder which team is going to be on the receiving end. But right now, Bad Intention, well, one player managed to take down one player of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but not for very long because Mafia Ninja was there to get the trade. And looks like Bad Intention, again a bad start. They lost 2 players. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, 1 defeat point already in their pockets, but without any casualty, the knocked player will be revived very soon. That is not a problem. But coming back to the conversation, like I8 and DRS Gaming. Well, I8 Viper, we know in southern circles, I8 tends to go for a very early rotation. They like to have the control of the cave area of the military base island. This time, again, they might be looking to do the same thing, but they need to regroup as soon as possible because the way I8 is playing, yes, in few individual fights, they do show some signs of aggression. They do show that they have got the skills and the potential required to be in the top 5 or top 10 position. But still, that one shiny game is still missing from the side of I8.
Absolutely. But let's see though, how exactly are we going to be playing out this final game? For now, we know it is a certain zone. We know and have seen all the teams who are already on the military base. We've got 4MV in the center. We've got STE already going towards the ferry pier bridge, trying to maybe even bridge camp. Not entirely sure if they would. I've never seen STE actually bridge camp earlier. So we'll have to see if they decide to do so. Though again, keeping in mind what they did in the previous game. Oh, never mind that. This is ludicrous where DEADEYES guys thought they could make a rotation. The rotation from the boat has been cut out, and that is all thanks to the UMP coming in from Chari right here as Abrupt Slayers bring in a dominating streak where not one, but it seems like 2 of the players from DE, no, only 1 of the players from DE was dropped down, and he should be able to get a revival as well. Based on the update, of course, now you can get a revival in the water. But you know what? For now, it seems like Sleepy, along with Chari, they're just going to be enjoying the beach. It's a perfect sunny day to enjoy the Erangel beach, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Apart
And the
from
perfect
that,
circle also.
And the perfect circle as well, right? And also, I noticed, I think there's one more player. I think I might be wrong, but it was Bishal who was already in a boat getting closer to DE's position. Yeah, there he is. He's in a boat getting closer to DE's position. So, trouble for DEADEYES guys.
It reminds me of the days when there was a time when you used to knock a player inside a moving vehicle or a boat. There used to be an instant finish in the water. Not a knock. But unfortunately, now times have changed. You can knock the players inside the water, and that is exactly what is happening with the players of DEADEYES. At Turulo sir has been knocked, Precious sir on top sir. Unfortunately, you still can't heal yourself, and through a boat, Vishal is looking for a confirmation. He's just hunting for those fishes.
Indeed, one by one, they all go down. DEADEYES guys, they must have thought this is a very good high IQ play. It definitely could have been had ASL not thought the same thing. On the other side, on the kill feed, we were looking at how, of course, other teams were taking on shots as well and knocks as well. Mapdex was part of it. Same was the case with the Leo Esports as well. But right now, DEADEYES guys, it seems this is going to be their demise. Shifu sir, snorkeling his way, of course, in the PUBG mobile Erangel map. Not going to be able to do much. On the other side, Leo Esports' Liquid falls down while rushing from the vehicle as Leo Esports lock horns against the players of Elementrix's Orangey.
Well, certainly, Chifu sir has been eliminated, and with that, DEADEYE guys have been eliminated at the 16th spot with 0 points to their name. On the other side, Elementrix, well, they are also suffering as Leo Source finds a perfect knock onto Orangey. That means now Elementrix is surviving with only 1 player. At the same time, Leo Esports, they have also suffered heavy casualty. Yes, they have eliminated the entirety of Eliminatrix, but at the cost of losing their two of their own. And now Leo, with only 2 players remaining, 4 defeat points. Even for Leo Esports, there has been a downfall yesterday and today as well. They have not been able to perform as they were performing on day number 1 and day number 2. So there has been a certain downfall in their performance as well. I hope they recover as soon as possible. And talking about this game, well, they do have the elimination points, but they don't have the numbers, they don't have the circle as well.
Tough luck for Leo Esports. Tough crowd, actually, because on day one, the crowd, that is the lobby, were trying to understand how exactly do they want to be able to play it out. And for that moment, Leo Esports did not care. They just went in guns blazing and, of course, utilized the number of points that they did during the initial stages of the league. But then after that, as the teams understood and came back after doing their homework with their analysts and, of course, their coaches, Leo Esports slowly but surely has fallen back quite a lot. That can be clearly showcased in terms of the way that they're playing as well. But nothing taken away from them. They're still a two-man army. They're not leaving the lobby just yet. They've got 4 defeat points. So slow and steady, perhaps, they could work up the ranks and get into the top 8. But for now, they're just waiting. We're still 1 minute away from stage 3's beginning, or stage 2's end. But as of now, we've only got Leo Esports on our screens, who are surrounded with nobody. But on the other side of the map, it is going to be SITM's Dobu taking shots against the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
And looks like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are not winning this particular fight because SITM, they're already getting the confirmation. And SKYLIGHTZ, they have been brought down to only 2-man army, only 2 players remaining from their side. That too in a very small compound. They better be careful of the grenades that might come in their direction if SITM is able to close in the distance. And looks like they're already trying to do so by going for those flank angles. On the other side, IHC Godless finds Dobu over there while going for the flank angle and instantly has been shut down. So that means SITM, their numbers are also have been brought down to 3. And IHC, well, they got 1 defeat points. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have to reposition themselves as soon as possible. At the same time, IHC, look at the position. They are 1200 meters away from the circle. They have to rotate as soon as possible, but they are looking for few defeat points onto the players of NB Esports. Instantly takes down SEK, and Zoil will get a confirmation point as well. But SATM Desert also finds 1 knock, and now he has his own trouble as his vehicle is getting a lot of damage, and the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are trying to blow him up, but looks like he's going to make a quick escape.
For now, he's going to be able to make an escape. And where exactly is he going to go? Because the blues are all over the place. 1800 meters is what we're looking at for the players of SITM to get into the zone. This has not gone good for them. And bad intentions, I mean, they're always there. They're always around the nook and the corner when it comes to these sort of situations. And this time around, that's exactly what the case has been, as SITM's Desert has been able to mow down the players of Bad Intentions. And just like that, Bad Intentions get eliminated with 0 defeat points on the 14th position. 13 teams still to remain, but still, so many of them are out in the blues. IHC against NB Esports. Alex against Sek now. Sek is trying his level best with his Scarlet, but the UMP, of course, has proven its meta. But what a perfect banter that was between NB Esports and IHC's Alex, where Kaza came in from the rear, and of course, the flank that was being created was absolutely pristine, of course, which resulted in IHC Alex getting eliminated right there. That means IHC are down to a 3-man army, and they still need to get away from the blues. So many teams stuck in the blues. This is not looking good.
Well, certainly not looking good for all these teams. The circle itself is giving a lot of trouble. And last time also when we saw a southern circle, teams were suffering. And SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are hunting for the players of NB Esports. And AJ with the DBS is looking for one player, but he's himself is on a very low HP. But AJ does manage to find Mondo, gets a confirmation as well. On the other side, Akaza from the side of NBES comes in and eliminates the entirety of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Both the players were on a very low HP, and NB Esports, well, only 2 members surviving, but that is enough because NB Esports, they have to get the consistency. They have to survive in this game if they want to be in top 12. On the other side, we have the players of T2K going for a bridge camp situation, but looks like Jane has been knocked down, and CEO all by himself has to face the players of Seal Esports. He did deliver a hefty damage towards the side of Becca, but not enough to take him down. On the other side, we have 4 MV and Leo also locking horns with each other.
Well, I mean, T2K Suyog, he's tried his level best to stop the players of Seal Esports in their tracks, but in doing so, again, has lost his life to the cause. His teammate Jane is already down as well. That means Sandesh is the only final player remaining from the side of T2K, and Seal Esports will definitely be able to make an entry into the zone through the bridge. There was absolutely nothing that T2K could do, as all 4 players from Seal Esports have been able to make an entry into the zone. A tough luck for T2K because they haven't even been able to get a single defeat point as well. So a lot can be said right there with the planning that T2K had and the execution of it going completely wrong. And look at this, Seal Esports Rogue, he knows exactly where he could be sprayed on upon, and that's exactly what he was waiting for. And just like that, of course, he will go down, Rogue will go down, but his teammates are going to be able to create an entry and get into the zone. On the other side, of course, it was STE waiting for Nirze. So the entry into the zone for Seal Esports has not been up to the mark, as Sancher was dropped down from Nirze from STE. So this Seal Esports game, final game, it seems this is not going to work out for them because they needed quite a lot of points, 10 plus points actually, to be a part of the top 12 to play the bonus game. As of now, it is looking very, very dicey.
Seal Esports, come on guys, get me one more correct prediction. I believe in you guys, you can do it. Yes, they don't have the numbers. Yes, they don't have the circle. Nothing is in their favor. So, okay, let's find out. But right now, talking about T2K Esports, Sandesh, well, he's keeping a close eye onto the players of Stalwart Esports, onto the opposite hill, Nizet especially, and the minute Nizet is going to come out in the open, Sandesh is ready with that M416, but Sandesh also do need to realize that he's out there in the open, and looks like Nizet was better one with the A. And with that, T2K Esports, they have been eliminated at the 10th spot. Now DRS is also going up against a few players of Seal Esports, and with that mark the end of Seal Esports as well, because they have been eliminated at 9th spot with 3 elimination. DRS, well, they are looking so very strong. They have the entire control of the western front of the circle. They are on the edge. They do have a good compound to hold on to. They can gatekeep the teams or the players who are trying to move, and I think that was only Seal Esports. And with that, DRS still waiting for the next circle. So let's see where the next circle is going to form. But talking about the players of IHC Esports, well, IHC, yes, the numbers are not in their favor. Godless is the only man standing from their side, but he does have a UMP 45 and 416. So in close range, UMP 45 is definitely one of the good or the best weapon you can have. But Gyante, well, he has spotted on the plus of Stalwart Esports, and Stalwarts, well, they are looking for a potential spot to hold on to. And Action, well, he's taking a hefty damage, surviving on a sliver of HP, needs to patch himself up as soon as possible, but the numbers are not in their favor. Stalwart Esports, where are the remaining 2 players? Maybe they can have a flank angle onto the players of DRS and try and win this particular fight, but maybe they just are waiting for the next circle, because look at the split that is coming from the side of Stalwart Esports. 2 players right in front of DRS, 2 players being the king of the hills, having a height advantage. In case the circle goes a bit towards the northern side, they are going to have an upper advantage. But talking about team talking about the team that is towards the southern side, that is going to be Abrupt Slayers, Blotter.
Absolutely, as you were just pointing out, I mean, the positioning that STE have created for themselves is looking pretty good. But can they convert that in against DRS as well, right? Being right next to them, and also the fact that STE, the position that they're in, has a little bit of a dip right there. That dip is helping them, of course, for now. But as soon as the zone catches up to them and they're going to have to move, and which is something that DRS is already pre-planning and thinking ahead for, is the reason why the real soldiers are the ones that are looking a little better right now in this fight. But again, anything can go on. Right now, DRS, the rotation that they're making is going to work out for them. On the other front, for STE, they need to figure out where exactly are they going to be moving in towards to get into the comfort of the zone itself. 4MV still part of this entire fray. These are the teams along with ASL. These are the 4 teams who are, of course, alive with all 4 players still standing. Apart from that, we've got SITM with 7 defeat points but only a single player. Leo Esports 4 defeat points, only a single player. IHC 3 defeat points but just a single player. Now this is the opening that Stalwart have been waiting for, and now we'll try and push in ahead. But like I was saying, every area is going to be surrounded. So the opening that they thought they had is not going to be an easy one to jump into to, of course, take the game for themselves.
Well, certainly they are ready to take this particular one for themselves. They have the numbers, like you mentioned, they have the position, they have everything required. They do have the resources as well. The loot they gathered in the Novorupnoy area is coming very handy. Still Action is having 4 grenades, 6 smokes in his hands, 3 forces. At the same time, he does have a big weapon also, that is going to be Groza. But Abrupt Slayers, Chari needs to be a bit careful as he's out there in the open. And the way the players of DRS are converging around him, well, Chari, better be careful. Grenades are already coming from the set of rules, and it's a matter of time when the players of DRS will get a better position onto him. But before that, Chari with that M416 and a 610 scope is looking for an opening, but that is not going to happen, as with DP28, Rose is going to come in and take down Chari. And it's not going to be an easy revival at all. The segregation that was coming from the side of Abrupt Slayers is not helping their case at all.
It most certainly is not for now, because ASL, they were a little too scattered, and Bishal is already down to a sliver of HP. Along with that, his teammates are not going to be able to help him for long, or in fact not going to be able to help him at all, because Delta, we can see with the DP in his hand, knows exactly where that player is at, and he's just patiently waiting. If at all Bishal peeks just a little bit, oh, there we go, the vehicle blows, and that of course gives Delta the opening, the DRS team an opening that they were waiting for. And now, just like that, they're going to push on ahead to take down Bishal and get closer and closer to the chicken dinner. But of course, the chicken dinner itself is not just theirs. There's also STE around the corner. ASL, sadly, the numbers of them are dwindling down. We just saw Bishal go down. Sleepy had already fallen back. How exactly are DRS wanting to control this zone? And the zone itself, the stage that we're a part of, is also going to be restricting itself in a couple of minutes. But let's see how exactly will this game play out to be.
Well, let's find out. But we have 4MV Doc with that mini getting a confirmation onto Abrupt Slayers Sleepy. That means Abrupt Slayers, well, they are surviving with only one-man army. And Leo, Mr. Smokey, well, this guy showcased a fantastic performance on day number 1. The way he was able to take fight with the plus of high voltage and bring down their numbers. So, Mr. Smokey, well, right now he's all by himself, and looks like the players of Stalwart Esports are in close proximity. But what is Gangsta doing out there in the open? And Gyante has no idea where Gangsta is, and Gangsta strikes, takes down Gyante. Will get an instant confirmation point as well, but needs to be a bit careful as 3 players of DRS are rushing towards him. Rose with a buggy, trying to get a vehicle run over, but he's not going to get it. No, he finally gets it, and with that, Abrupt Slayers, well, they have been eliminated at the 8th spot.
Indeed, 15 players remaining. DRS have closed in the gaps quite a lot. 4MV, they're positioning in a bit of a trouble, because Stalwart's icy, he's going to be waiting. Leo's Mr. Smokey, he's not interested at all, because he cannot even see the rotation being made from the side of 4MV. But 4MV, they need to make this rotation. They need to get into the zone. The smoke wall that they created was out in the open. Any team can spray upon them. What is Doc going to do? Of course, he hears all the commotion that's taken place from the side of Stalwart's positioning. But Stalwart, they have the cover of all those broken airplanes. The C4s that have gone down. But sadly for... Oh, never mind, Stalwart. What chaos that was from 4MV. Even though it seemed like Stalwart were able to get themselves in a perfect cover, 4MV's player was still able to spot them down. And just like that, one by one, Stalwart's players are going down. SITM also get eliminated. DRS Gaming, DRS, the real soldiers, also end up destroying and eliminating their opponent in front with Mabitex, and now it is going to be 4MV in their crosshairs. DRS also a 4-man army strong. Same is the case for 4MV. The only 2 teams with all 4 players surviving. But where is the zone? The zone is going to be favoring a lot more towards DRS than it is for 4MV though.
Well, definitely DRS, they have the majority of the real estate control in their favor. The 2v1 versus 1 split that is coming from their side is definitely working in their favor. But IHC, well, they have been eliminated with only 3 elimination points to them. DRS Gyante is keeping a close eye on to the players of 4MV, but looks like 4MV, they do have a certain amount of cover to their name. But the next circle, if it goes little southward, that is when the troubles will begin for the players of 4MV, because they have to leave their cover, they have to move inside the circle. At the same time, Stalwart Esports, I see, is also trying to move a bit inside the circle, but he needs to be a bit careful of 4MV, because right in front of him is going to be not just 1, 2 players of 4MV, and the minute they spot him, he's a dead man.
Oh, well, he definitely is, because he's a lone survivor right there. But on the other side, for the real soldiers, this game is looking like it is going to be made for them to get this chicken. Because 4MV, they need to cross across that barren land, and that is not going to be an easy task. But this is something that DRS is not preparing for. They're not setting the perfect angles and crosshairs for. Or at least they're delaying it, at least for now. Because 4 Miracle Vibes, they are holding it steady. Look at that. Rules OG. Oh, come on, Doc. You could have taken that down. That was a perfect shot right there from a Mini 14 on the head. And tap. Rules could have gone down. But nevertheless, he wants to be very, very cheeky. He wants to be absolutely exact. Where exactly are the players of course, DRS?
Well, certainly, but Doc also do understand that he is a bit far away from the circle, 36 meters to be specific, and he doesn't want to fire any shot right now. Maybe that is going to come and bite him in the back, because maybe he could have managed to dwindle down the numbers of DRS, because that is exactly what 4MV is looking at this point, to have the numbers advantage in their favor, because zone advantage is definitely with the plus of DRS, and looks like Refuse has been spotted on, and DRS is not going to shy away at all. And Refuse has taken a hefty damage. Doc with that Mini 14 is trying to give some damage to the players of DRS, but not enough to take them down. Yes, their vehicles have taken a certain damage. He knows exactly where Rules is, but Rules is not going to peek at all. He has a certain hard cover for himself. On the other side, we have Delta taking down Refuse from the side of 4MV. The numbers were already low, and now they have been brought down to 2 men.
Absolutely, and this is something that, again, I would say Doc could have done better. The position that he's in, he needs to have a lot of information, and he definitely does. That's what he needs to capitalize upon, as he brings down perfect tap shots from his Mini 14 against Rules. As Rules goes down, the opening that, of course, the 4MV were waiting for has been created, but at the same point of time, Refuse has also gone down. Delta has gone down from DRS as well. So now that means it all falters down to how 4MV want to play this. Doc and Apex, are they going to try and get that revival right now, or are they going to push on ahead to get into the zone? Because when it comes to the positioning itself, DRS have not played their cards right. They were not well equipped or prepped for this entire fray. 4MV, the communication was on point. The angle was absolutely perfect. The peaking was absolutely perfect. And now it boils down to Doc against the final player of DRS. That's going to be Gyante. Gyante, just a minute ago, you had all 4 lads surviving. The open aggression that they pushed on for has just completely come to bite them in the back, as Gyante tries to run away to try and get that final player, KiloYT, revived to get some numbers in their own favor. Is going to be the opening that 4MV wanted, as Doc pushes on ahead. And of course, in the background, his teammates are also going to be jumping in. Seems like DRS, the game that could have been theirs, has probably been stolen from them, but the game is not yet done, because Gyante was able to get the revival on KiloYT. So it is going to be a 2v3 situation between these two teams.
Well, certainly it's going to be a 2v2 situation. DRS, they had the numbers advantage, but like you mentioned, the unnecessary aggression that came from the side was a reason of demise of 2+, and the grenade, the carpet bombing that is happening from the side of 4MV. Gyante has been taken down. Killer YT surviving on a sliver of HP, and 4MV, they're looking so strong. They have the numbers advantage. They're being so aggressive at this moment. Killer YT do manage to take down Refuse out there in the open, but still Gyante is bleeding out. There is no chance of revival. The carpet bombing that is happening from the side of 4MV. Killer YT, what is he going to do? Maybe get the confirmation onto Refuse and get one more defeat point for himself and for his team. This grenade could be detrimental in this situation if he lobs it to the perfection, but looks like the projectile was missing.
Oh, for 2v1 situation, and just a minute ago, this was a 4v3 affair in favor of DRS. But what a turn of event right here it is, where it is going to be 4 miracle wives who've been able to once again get a chicken dinner, once again prove to the lobby and the viewers why they are here on top of the leaderboard, sticking to the top of the leaderboard, because as soon as somebody catches up to them, they come back stronger. And just like that, 4MV get another chicken dinner.
And the second chicken dinner of the day, the previous one was also in Erangel with 13 elimination. They get it again, 2 chicken dinners in a day. 4MV, this team is unstoppable. Stalwarts, well, they got it yesterday, and 4MV is replying them back by getting 2 chicken dinners for themselves on day number 5.
And 4MV have done it once again. They prove to the entirety of the lobby that they are here to be on top of the totem pole, and that is what they will deliver every single time given the opportunity. Even though this time DRS could have played their cards right, I think. There was clear chance for DRS to set up camp and then wait for 4MV, because the circle was closing in towards DRS itself. But anyways, that is what was written in store for DRS as 4MV get this game. But definitely from that, the MVP is going to be in question. Could it be from 4MV? Could it be from DRS? Because there were other teams as well apart from these two who were playing it real good, namely STE.
Well, so certainly Stalwart Esports were playing really good, but in the end, it was only DRS Gaming and 4MV. They had the circle in their favor, the perfect rotations that were coming from this side. Yes, I have to give it to 4MV that their drop location favors southern circles because they drop in towards military base. So they didn't have to go for too many rotations. But on the other side, DRS Gaming, well, a very good game coming from this side. The only complaint for DRS I have is the inconsistency. Yes, they do manage to get one good game in their favor every single day, but we need more from them.
We need a lot more from them, that is true, and that is something that is up and down basically. And that is something you also pointed out and mentioned, that come day 5 it is all going to change. There will be a lot of opportunities for third parties as well as comeback stories, and that is what has been displayed right here on the 5th day of PMPL South Asia. With that, let's talk about the MVP, where Doc 922 comes in ahead with 1236 damage, 5 eliminations, and only 21 healing done. 4MV, what sort of a high horse do they play on? 21 healing done, that is bonkers.
And with 1236 damage, that means he was part of so many fights.
Wow.
At the same time, he was not exposing himself. He was not out there in the open. He always had a good cover onto himself. But still, it's not an easy job to do.
Exactly. And that is what troubles me more and more, that when it comes to the other peeps in the lobby, or the lads in the lobby, what can they do against 4MV? What is the trick that should probably help them push ahead against 4MV? Because you see, yesterday, if you remember, I spoke about this, that Stalwart Esports has started rising and climbing. We've got another team like Steel Esports from the Mongolian region who started climbing and rising. So perhaps that's the reason why 4MV has gone back, because they were sitting on the 7th position, while Steel Esports, Stalwart Esports were the ones sitting up on top in the top 3. Perhaps that is all they needed. That is what 4MV needed, and they went back to the drawing board, understood what the other teams were doing, and now they've understood that, realized that they need to be patient. They do not even need to show their face in the initial 3 stages of the game. Once that is done, then they move on ahead and jump in to get the game for themselves, and they bag it every single time. Wow.
Well, certainly, that is exactly what all the top teams are doing right now. But looking at the top players, along with Doc, we have roles from the side of DRS game. Every single time DRS is able to perform good, the main reason behind that is rules, because this is the guy bringing that opening, the initial opening onto the opponents. This time again, 4 elimination, 25 minutes 54 seconds survival time. Then we have Stalwart Esports NIRZ with 4 elimination. IHC's Godless. Well, Godless also from the side of IHC, he has been phenomenal, especially in the map of Miramar with those DBS shots, clutches that came from his side. Even in Erangel also, this guy is unstoppable.
Most certainly is. But overall, if I were to consider Godless's performance, I would say it actually has faltered down a little compared to how it was earlier. But again, it could just be week number one performance. As we progress on, there is a lot more that can be anticipated from the side of IHC, and I'm sure they will deliver that for themselves as well as their fans. But talking about the match ranking, we know who walked away with a chicken dinner. It was 4MV. Following them was DRS, and then comes in Stalwart Esports with 7 eliminations of their own. But SITM Esports, they tried everything they could in this game. Only 1 placement point, but 7 elimination points. Kudos to them.
Well, certainly 7 elimination, but I want to see how many points NB Esports and Seal Esports got for themselves, because they faced a very early elimination, and for both of them, this game was so very crucial, because NB Esports, they were on the 13th spot, Seal Esports, they were on the 14th spot. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, decent performance, 4 total points, but we expect a lot more from a team like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. So this is something I'm not so very happy about, the points they have right now. IHC, let's just say today was not their day. 6 points only.
Yesterday was also not their day, and today also is definitely not looking likely to be their day. But never mind all of that, because in the end, what will matter is the bonus map. And the bonus map and the points that you're able to accumulate, that is what will factor in as to how the finals are going to be played out and the storyline that's going to be generated. But for now, as we have done the first page, let's of course also talk about how it is going to affect the other teams and the top 12 teams, like you were talking about it, right? NB Esports with just 1 point. Dicey situation right there. Seal Esports with 3 points. Absolutely no way that they're getting into the top 12. But with that, who is going to get chuckled down? We had Venom DE around the corner over there as well. We had TRZ on that 10th, 11th, and 12th spot, if I'm not mistaken. So once the overall ranking is confirmed, that's when we shall know which are the teams who are going to be moving in to the final game for the day, the bonus game of the day that's going to be played, of course, on Vikendi. That only the top 12 teams are going to be participating, but it is yet unclear as to what those 10, 11, 12 teams are going to be.
Well, certainly, NB Esports, if I'm not wrong, they were 2 points shy away from TRZ's position. All they needed were 3 points, and they have 1 point. So if my maths is correct, I don't think NB Esports or Seal Esports either are moving in top 12, but I leave that for the production. But talking about Vikendi, I expect a head-on fight with the players of 4MV, because right now on the map of Vikendi, 4MV have 0 information, and same goes for the other teams also. They have 0 information about each other. So this is a game where you can take a head-on fight with the strongest team in the lobby, that is 4MV, the unbeatable Kings. Beat them in this one, and maybe you can get a lead in the bonus points.
Yes, this is going to be a tough one though. I mean, I honestly for one am dreading the Vikendi, because it is one of the biggest maps in PUBG Mobile. Alongside that, we're only going to be looking at 12 teams jumping. So definitely excited but dreaded as well as to what exactly is going to be the case, or rather how exactly are going to be the other teams going to be able to find each other. Oh, this is going to be very chaotic. But overall right now, when it comes to the teams that are going to be participating in the top 12, well, we're still waiting though. The overall ranking we are going to be showcasing, hopefully that will clear the air as to what those top 12 are. But it seems like production is telling me something else. No, they're not going to be showing as to what those top 12 teams are. If you've been doing the math, sitting back at home, let us know in chat so that it could be confirmed for us as well. You know, till the 8th, 9th position, it was looking very perfect. But then after that, the 11th and 12th position majorly are the ones where I also draw the line. I know for a fact Seal Esports is not getting in. I also kind of know for a fact, I think that NB Esports cannot make it with the point that they were able to get. But then what other team did? Oh, this question needs to be sitiated. This needs to be cleared out. Production, of course, will let us know in a couple of minutes. But talking about Vikendi though, Shadow, what else? What are your expectations from the game? Do you think it's going to be like a fast-paced TDM sort of a performance that we saw in Levik the last season? Or is it going to be a different, very strategic sort of a play between these top 12 teams?
I don't think it's going to be a fast pace unless until we see too many drop location clashes happening, because like you mentioned, it's a big map. It's not like League 2x2 map that you can end it in a few minutes. No, that is not the case, and there are so many rotations that can come in, rotations can come in. But one thing I love about Vikendi is the circles. I just want a crazy circle. If we get a center circle where there is no water, I'm going to be so disappointed by PUBG gods. I'm going to stop offering my prayers to them. And I don't know. I just want a crazy circle in this one.
Well, we can definitely expect a crazy circle that's going to be drawn in on Vikendi itself for top 12 teams that are going to be jumping in, that are going to be playing this final bonus game. Well, final game of the day, first bonus game of the league, which of course will continue in week 2 as well as in week 3. And the teams that are playing, the top 12 teams that are playing the bonus maps or bonus map of Vikendi automatically do get points by participating, and the number of points that they get, of course, is based on their gameplay. But if they walk away with a chicken dinner, it's 20 points for that chicken dinner. That means 20 points is what they start their journey in the finals. If they play only one bonus, if they play 2 bonus maps, that means they've got that many more points, and all of that will be cleared out as the league continues on. But right now, the top 12 teams are on our screens are right here, because we've got High Voltage, Venom DE, TRZ, 4MV, T2K, Stalwart, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, IHC, along with Mavitex, Leo Esports, The Real Soldiers, and Abrupt Slayers. These are the 12 teams that will be participating on the map of Vikendi. Now let's see what exactly do these 12 teams have to offer to us.
Well, certainly these 12 teams only on a very big size map. It's not going to be so easy. I'm just waiting for a head-on fight to see between 4MV and Stalwart Esports. I think even our audience would love to see that, but there is no chance of that happening because Stalwart Esports, well, they're headed somewhere towards the northern side. 4MV, maybe they're heading towards the side of Hot Springs. I want to see the first circle, where the first circle is going to be. Maybe if it goes towards the side of Cosmodrome, well, I'll be happy person, because there are not so many teams, but there is a Droplication Clash blotter that is happening towards the side of Mawatra, where we have the players of TRZ at the same time Leo Esports.
Ooh, I just saw stats coming in from the production, and the 1 point difference that we were talking about earlier is exactly what has taken place. Why NB Esports is not here, as they had 30 points compared to TRZ with 31. Again, I mean, total points, there's only 1 point difference is what I'm trying to say. And that 1 point difference is the reason why NB Esports could not participate in this map. I mean, this is just chaos. But nevertheless, that detail kept aside, let's move in ahead, of course, and jump into the fight where Leo Esports against Venom DE. Relay, along with, of course, his teammates, Kreta, Farhad, are slowly but surely going to be keeping it very, very quiet. Leo Esports making a lot of noise. On the other side of the map altogether, it seems like IHC have locked horns against the players of High Voltage, where both of them are taking on trades.
Well, certainly, and that SMG meta that we love about Vikendi, that is clearly showcased the way trades are coming and using either Uzi or UMP45, but right now Krita from that rooftop angle is looking for a knock on to Mr. Smokey of Leo Esports if he can lob that grenade to the perfection, but look like the projectile is not going to be so perfect and Mr. Smokey is surviving. At the same time, Mr. Riley also needs to be a bit careful because he is also having a rooftop angle and So's out there in the open. I think Riley do know exactly where Sos is. At the same time, both these teams need to be a bit careful because I can see TRZ also in the close proximity. Well, they are a bit far right now, but if they decide to do a third party, well, DE Venom better be careful. On the other side, we have IHC going up against the players of High Voltage, and it looks like this is not their game because High Voltage, they have been reduced to only one man.
Indeed, IHC have been able to get all 3 players down and still keep all 4 players surviving against the players of High Voltage. But for now, a little bit of a stalemate situation being showcased between Leo Esports and Venom DE. Venom DE as well as Leo Esports know where both of them are at. But the third party that, of course, Shadow was mentioning earlier, we do have a team right around in the vicinity, and that's going to be TRZ. If any of these teams make any noise, then TRZ could very well be invited as a third party, because right now they do not seem to be interested. Nevertheless, there's going to be close with the UMP relay. Is the angle going to be pristine? Because we saw from Leo's side, the player in this house, he has a DBS. And that DBS is going to be troublesome, but it's going to be DBS from the side of Venom DE as well. And that is where, of course, HIGHVOLTAGE goes down. Goes down, he goes down. And of course, Venom have also taken a trade right here. Not one, but two trades, as they have Mr. Smokey to thank. Mr. Smokey brings down 3 players. It's all down to Farhad. How exactly is Farhad going to be stopping the players of Venom? Of, Leo Esports in the tracks. Never mind. Mr. Smokey, the MVP of this fight. Perfect play from him, man. Because he did not take out 1, but 2 players. All by his lonesome. And then pushed on ahead to, of course, get the team of Venom DE entirely eliminated from this fray. 11 teams still do remain. High voltage with just a single player.
Well, certainly high voltage with a single player. On the other side, we have the players of Leo Esports getting 4 defeat points for themselves. Yes, they did lose one of their own, but 4 defeat points in trade of 1 player, I think it's a fair trade, especially when you are being awarded by so many points in the bonus match. Then we have the players of IHC also having a very good start to this particular one, 3 defeat points in their favor. But talking about the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, well, they have the entire city to their name, but looks like Maptex Esports, well, they are in the close proximity, and Baron, he has taken a bit of damage. He needs to heal himself as soon as possible. But what good thing about Vikendi is the resources that you get. You're never short of those healings, those weaponry, those grenades or the smokes. You get a very good loot in Sanhok and Vikendi. But again, that SMG meta, I just love it about Vikendi. Again, Baron is with the Thompson, and let's find out if they can find few knocks onto the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming also.
Let's find out. Let's definitely find out if that'll be the case. Again, I mean, Vikendi, the one thing that I love and hate about Vikendi is that it's so big. But then, that is the best part, that it is so big. At the same point, for Maptex right now, they've got troubles as 1200 meters is where they gotta go. And to get away from the Blues, to get into the zone, 1200 meters on the Vikendi map. In fact, they're not the only one. We've got SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, we've got Leo Esports, along with TRZ. The 4 teams that need to get into the zone. But in all, on our screens, we've got DRS just patiently waiting. And these players are going to get bored, I think. By the time the wait is over, it is going to be quite a big time in the game. I believe at least 8 to 10 minutes must have passed for DRS to come across any other team. Because right now, they have come across absolutely nobody. And this is just stage 1. In another 10 seconds, 15 seconds, stage 1 is going to come to an end. So the Blues is going to be forcing the teams to get constricted a little bit more. The zone itself is going to constrict. So we'll see how exactly does that play out. But yeah, it is a patience game right now on the map of Vikendi between these 10 teams. Well, I say 10 because High Voltage has only 1 player. So he's going to be playing passive through and through.
They are playing passive for now because, hey, come on. In the bonus match, you're being awarded 20 points. For a chicken dinner blotter, you're getting 10 points. So it's better to give your best in the bonus match and have those 20 extra points for yourself. So that is why, even if you're going for a passive approach, I'm not going to complain. If you're rewarded by 20 points margin is a very big margin. If you have between yourself and some other team at the bottom of you, so yeah, definitely go for any approach. But my eyes are going to be on 4MV because they had a consistent run the entire week. Every single game they showcased us a very good performance. So this time they ought to perform really good. But look at the amount of teams who are in the blue. So many late rotations are coming in. The circle is this time is Cosmodrome circle where few teams are already placed. So I'm very sure they are going to stay in this position. Not too many aggressive gameplays are going to be showcased in this one.
Oh, definitely. You know what they should do? Do you like Dino Land in the Vikendi map?
Yeah.
That would be the perfect place, right? I mean, top 12 teams jump down on Dino Island, and Dino Land is where they battle it out.
No,
the
Castle.
best way.
Castle.
Oh, Castle. Okay.
Yeah.
Castle is a little small though. But yeah, Castle, why not? Definitely. Castle as well. For 12 teams, Castle is a little small. Dino Island itself is actually pretty small. But for now, again, that is just our dreams, caster's dream for this Vikendi as of now, because Because right now, the way the teams are playing, they're playing it slow as they should, of course, because like Shadow said, the points they're going to be able to accumulate from this factor in a lot more by the time these teams reach the finals. Even though for week 1, 4MV is sitting on top of the chart, leading the charge, it's all good and all merry, but in the end, it's not going to factor in much if they do not secure enough points in the bonus map. Because the bonus map points and the number of bonus maps that you play, all of them will be accumulated, and that is the number that the team will start with when they jump into the finals. That will, of course, be mid-April, the 4th week. This is just week number 1, the final day. As we look at ASL Sleepy taking on shots, or is that Molotov or maybe a nade that was being thrown on towards him? Nevertheless, he's going to be able to patch himself up as Stalwart were around in the corner, were trying to take on this compound, have fallen back, will try and reset up to take on the fight. And ASL, again, they're just playing it safe. They're keeping it steady, they're playing it safe. For Stalwart, they're the ones who are doing all the work, moving from one angle to the other, trying to catch an opening, trying to find how and where exactly should we pounce on upon this team of ASL.
Well, certainly they're trying to do so, and one of the player was almost brought down to his knees, but that grenade, well, he survived it, and now he's going to patch himself up. But right now, look at the position of high voltage Prabeen. He's around the villa area. That is exactly where Mr. Smokey is taking the damage W. But look at SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, the rotation that is coming from their side. They're coming from the coastline. Very late rotation coming in. And that is the pressure of accumulating those bonus points. That is the importance of bonus points, which the players and the teams are realizing right now, that in the very first week, if you accumulate the maximum bonus points for yourself, in the long run it is going to help your case. And that is the reason why SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is showcasing such late rotation. But talking about the team that is in a good position is going to be TRZ. At the same time, DRS workers, they are having the northern control to their name. So TRS versus TRZ, maybe they can also go up against each other in a matter of few minutes.
That is definitely a possibility right there above Cosmopolitan. But never mind for that top fight, because there is still some time. But in the center, it seems like STE are going to be right next to the players of 4MV, as STE make a lot of noise being in the vehicles that they're in, with T2K around in the surrounding as well. There could be a fight brewing in center as well. But apart from, yeah, there we go. We've got this on our screen where 4MV, the position that they were in just a few minutes ago, it was STE making a rotation from this exact same area. But STE have made the rotation and now have got on to the players of ASL as well as Abrupt Slayers. The compound that they were in, this was being, of course, slowly but surely being poked by the players of Stalwart Esports. Have finally gotten an opening, but again decide not to jump in. They are still going to decide to fall back. They're going to recuperate all the players and maybe make an entry towards the other side altogether itself. For now, that is what it's seeming likely to be. Let's see how exactly do Stalwart want to play this out. They were sprayed on from T2K's side as well. And what a peak that was as Sandesh was ready. And Sandesh brings down action. But the action still continues on because his teammate is right there. So the revival is going to be provided for sure. But for Stalwart now, they are in a bit of a trouble. From one side, it's T2K. From the other, of course, Stalwart did let ASL know as well. And ASL, the best part, if they have the perfect scope for Abrupt Slayers, is that they're on top of that mountain. So the high mountain advantage could very well help them out. And they have the safety net of the compound as well. Let's see how exactly does this play out, because T2K Rig tried to get that spray on, tried to get those tap shots on, but to no avail, because it was ASL Sleepy who was able to get a better shot. Seems like ASL definitely has a better scope, and realizing Stalwart Esports, the position that they're in and the position that T2K were in, and of course looking at how the player went down, they are going to be creating a push and an opening. From the other side, it was 4MV as well, as Stalwart jump away from that vehicle. 4MV spray them down, mowing them down and slaying them down. Stalwart Esports get eliminated on the 11th position with 10 teams remaining. This is T2K. T2K have been given a second life right here thanks to 4MV jumping in, because otherwise they were done for had 4MV not stepped in to be a third party in this fight.
Well, certainly 4MV came as a blessing in disguise for the players of T2K, and T2K, well, Sandesh better find a second armor for himself because his help has taken a lot of damage. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, the compound which they are holding for now is not so easy to defend. They are susceptible to the grenades that might come in their direction, and Abrupt Slayers do realize there are teams present in the close proximity, so they need to be a bit cautious. Yes, they are trying to pass by Maptex Esports, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in those vehicles, but still need to be a bit cautious. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Mafia Ninja is looking for information, and they do have the information onto the plus of T2K right now, but somewhere else on the map 4MV Dog finds a knock onto the plus of TRZ, and looks like the numbers of TRZ are also dwindling down or dwindle down if they don't get the revival onto the fallen comrade as soon as possible. And very late rotation that came from the SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They do have a good position for now. I won't say a good position. Not a good position. They have to reposition themselves because this is not a good compound to hold on to.
Well, the best part for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is the fact that the late rotation absolutely worked out fine. Apart from that, they also have information against the compound from which an opponent team they've already spotted and scouted. So now they just need to iron out the way they want to be able to bring themselves into the vicinity of T2K's compound, which of course they are trying, as we saw them get into the vehicles and reconfigure their opening right there. But Abrupt Slayers got too close. IHC sprayed, and this, the G36, I love that gun. G36 spray, easily able to slay and mow down Bishal right there. And now Chari from the small little watchtower is going to bring in a little bit of a smoke, but is that going to be able to help him? Let's find out. For now, of course, he is looking pretty good with the utilities that he's been able to accumulate, along with, of course, a level 3 vest that is going to be helping him. But can they get Bishal revived? Because IHC Ziol is not going to be falling back that easy. But from the backlines, TRZ also has an opportunity to be a third party in this fight against the players of IHC. Ziol especially, who's out in the open, because he's the only one out here as the zone constricts on towards itself. Ziol trying his level best to, of course, increase the defeat points for his team. He himself has none. Demo sitting with 2, Godless sitting with 1 kill. Ziol is getting a little greedy as well, as he wants to participate, get more defeat points, get as many as he can, because these bonus points factor in a lot by the end of course, the league as they jump into the finals.
Well, certainly, look at the amount of smokes which Zoil is having. 7 smokes, but on the other side, we have the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Nima taking down few players of Abrupt Slayers and getting the confirmation point as well. But IHC, well, they are making too much noise. Like you mentioned, on one side, we have the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. On another side, they have the players of TRZ. So IHC, they need to be a bit careful in this situation. But Godless finds a perfect knock onto Degree of TRZ. At the same time, Maptex Baron finds a knock onto the plus of T2K, and Sandesh, well, he needs to be revived as soon as possible, and Demo is looking for good knocks onto TRZ. Madcat is also down on the knees, and the numbers of TRZ are falling down as LX with a perfect grenade takes on one more player, and looks like Mamba is the last man standing from the side of TRZ. It's a 1v4 situation for him and way too much to deal with, and looks like TRZ, well, their days are very numbered.
Oh yeah, the minutes themselves are numbered for the side of TRZ, as Madcat has absolutely no idea where Alex is going to be jumping in from. And just like that, it is going to be the final say that they have, because TRZ, Kunyo TRZ is going to get eliminated right here. With that, DRS created an opening against the compound of IHC, but IHC, I'm sure, are well equipped and prepped, because 2 players were right here. Godless along with his teammates. He's going to be bringing down Delta along with Ziol, bringing down Gyante, and just like that, Godless goes down as well as Ziol. So the numbers advantage that, of course, DRS jumped into the compound with has helped them out. This was a 4v2 affair at this compound, because we can see across the bridge, IHC have 2 other players who are taking on shots against the players of TRZ. But now it is DRS's game, because they need to get the revival right now set, and that is what Delta will be getting. Gyante is waiting for that patiently, but for IHC, they have lost 2 of their players. There's no way they can give a revival to Ziol. All they can do and hope for is try and get as many more defeat points as they possibly can. For now, IHC has had a wonderful run. Six defeat points is what they've been able to accumulate. But it seems like, can they get more is the question to ask right now. Because they are out in the open. Their compound has been compromised. And right in front of them, IHC, Demo, along with Alex's teammate, have not DRS, but another team to worry about right across the bridge.
Well, certainly they have to worry about few other teams, but T2K Sanhok finds a perfect knock onto the players of Maptex Esports. Trace are coming back and forth from the side of T2K and Maptex. Baron did find a knock onto the player of T2K, but the numbers are in the favor of Maptex Esports, and Demo is also keeping a close eye onto the players of DRS. At the same time, the last man from the side of High Voltage, the minute Praveen is going to come out the open, well, he's ready to strike in, but Leo, well, puts the final nail in the coffin and eliminates the entirety of T2K Esports. The grenades that came from the side of Leo Esports brings the demise for the players of IHC, as Alex has been taken down and Demo is the last man standing. And Demo, what can he do in this situation? Yes, he is deploying the grenades. Two of the players of Leo Esports have been knocked down, and this can buy him some time to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. And looks like it's going to be a 2v3 situation, as Liquid is also going for the revival onto Mr. Smokey over there. But 4MV is also picking up fight with the players of DRS as Delta gets taken down.
Indeed, DRS moved away there, shifted their interest and agenda from this compound of IHCs towards this positioning of 4MV, where now we're left with only 7 teams. But again, the elimination points are being distributed quite scarcely between these teams. I mean, ASL has none whatsoever at all, but right now Alex from the side of IHC, he's cooked that nade to perfection. Will that get him any knocks? Not yet. Another nade being utilized, and this is the reason why we saw in the initial moments of the game why these players love to get all the usables and throwables as they possibly can. And right now it's going to be DRS who were in the crosshairs of course, a lot of teams right now are troubled because 2 of their teammates are down. Well, one of them, sorry, it is going to be Gyante who's down. Delta, Killer Whitey, and Rules, they are patiently waiting at the edges, at the northern edge of the zone. IHC Demo goes down, Alex goes down, IHC get eliminated in the back. 6 teams remain. That was a good run from IHC with 6 defeat points that they were able to confirm. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming against the 4-man army of Mabatex. This is a tough luck situation, a 4v2 or a 3v2 situation between these 2 teams. Nade Parade being showcased from the side of No Fear, and Molotovs being thrown as well. Sadly, have not been able to utilize anything on the backlines. A third party from Refused from 4MW brings in Nima down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming down to No Fear, just the only player surviving. Now, all he's got to do is be able to utilize at least 1 kill, but sadly not going to be allowed. No defeat point being converted from Nima right there in the final moments, from No Fear as well. As SKYLIGHTZ get eliminated, 5 teams remain. ASL, they've been very, very cheeky in this entire play. They've been so very quiet, but not for long, as 4MV, they've got all the angles covered. 4MV, even in this game, they are delivering some massive punches and blows to their opponents in the lobby.
Well, certainly 7 eliminations to the plus of 4MV, and all the 4 players are in the game. They do have the control of the circle as well. Right now, they're raining death and destruction onto the plus of Maptex Esports with a carpet bombing coming from the side of Doc. Apex do find a knock onto Sleepy as well. 4MV, they are picking multiple fights and winning every one. With the plus of Abrupt Slayers, with the plus of Maptex Esports as well. Doc with that UMP45 is inching closer to the plus of Maptex Esports. It's a 1v3 situation. This can be a deadly situation for Doc if he's not being careful. And looks like he's already in the compound, in the building of Maptex Esports. From the backlines, Abrupt Slayers Gangster is also doing a third party, and the grenades can be deadly for Maptex Esports because now they have to deal with Abrupt Slayers as well.
Absolutely, and for ASL, the only thing in mind is to be able to get, at least if nothing else, 1 defeat point. But that's going to be stolen away because it's going to be 4MV. Doc comes out of nowhere, this dude, and takes on and slays down the opponent, as Abrupt Slayers are left with just 1 final player. That's going to be Gangsta with 0 defeat points as of yet. Thankfully, for Abrupt Slayers, 1 big plus point in this bonus game is going to be the placement points that he's going to be able to walk away with are also a big chunk. So it is A-okay if you walk away with 0 defeat points because he's still in the top 5. But alongside that, the game is not yet done. Mabatex Baron has been able to spot out and scope out the player of 4MB. That's going to be Apex 922. At the same point in time, East trying to create a flank has not been able to provide any cover fire at all, as Mabatex's Baron was that much more precise in covering that angle. So now 4MV have troubles of their own. But they're still looking much, much better compared to the other teams because they've got 9 eliminations confirmed for them and still 2 players standing strong.
Well, certainly 2 players standing strong. Maptex Esports also 2 players. The way they are able to defend this very compound where 2 teams rush towards them, Abrupt Slayers and 4MV. Abrupt Slayers have been eliminated. 4MV numbers have been brought down to 2 men. Now the crucial revivals are coming in. Yes, 4MV are back to 3-man army. Maptex Esports having 3 players. DRS being a little far away from all this fight and the commotion happening. And yes, they are aiming for that winner chicken dinner. They are not interested in doing a third party right now, but the mistake that came from the side of Doc, DRS rules, capitalize on it and have to take my words. DRS is ready to strike and he takes down Doc over there from the side of 4MV. East is way too far away from Doc. There is no chance that he can go for the rescue mission. On the other side, Refuse is stuck in the compound of Maptex Esports. It is also very difficult for him to go to his teammate, and Kese has been taken down by Refuse with his DEBS shot that is coming, instant confirmation also coming in. So the numbers of Maptex Esports are also dwindling down.
Indeed, I mean, Maptex Esports for just a minute ago were looking like they are the ones who are probably going to be able to determine or rather just get the chicken dinner in the bag. But right now, the numbers have been taken away from them, all thanks to 4MV and their approach and Refuse. I mean, he refuses to let his teammate go. And just like that, he's reached Doc. What an important revive that is for. Of course, we've seen 4MV's Doc. He is the most critical one. And with the DBS in his hand, Maptex's volley just jumps in ahead and pushes on his luck, but he's not going to be allowed to do much because the DBS in the hand of 4MV is going to be able to do a lot more, and Diffuse refuses to give away that position, and one by one, they eliminate their opponents, and DRS left with just a one-man army, nothing that they'll be able to do because their position has been compromised. A perfect chicken dinner once again being showcased from the players of 4MV. This merry band of players is looking absolutely ferocious. Nobody can go against them. This is the first time that they're playing in the lobby on the map of Vikendi, and they still deliver such a high fragging game.
Well, certainly for MV, there is no stopping this team. I was hoping in Vikendi someone will try and stop the aggression of 4MV, but that is not happening. This is where they again prove that they are the kings. And 14 elimination, high fragging game, 2775 damage, and they are sitting on the top in the overall ranking as well.
Absolutely. All right, so we're back, and we're back with the bonus game done now. We are, of course, going to look at how the teams fared, where exactly did they reach, how many points were they able to accumulate. But one thing is set in stone for sure, which is going to be 4 Miracle Vibes. Yeah, the players from 4 Miracle Vibes, it is very, very difficult to deal with them. No matter what map you're up against them, this team, they are here to master the PMPL SA region.
Well, week number 1 was entirely about the Mongolian region because 4MV, they are in the top, Stalwart Esports on the second position. So right now in week 1, it is the Mongolian region that is dominating in this particular PMPL South Asia 2023 spring season. Now I want to see some other team dominating on week number 2 and try and take down 4MV or Stalwart Esports. Yes, we have seen few bad games from Stalwart Esports, but 4MV, the consistency that is coming from this particular team, and East this time again being the MVP from this particular team with 5 elimination and 975 damage, 5 knocks, not too many healings done, 110 healings.
Well, again, 4 Miracle Vibes showcasing why this team is so very important, and the teammates. I mean, you talk about Doc, you talk about East. I mean, all of them, they're always on point when it comes to having the cover of your teammate, supporting your teammate. And that is something that is so important in a game like Battleground PUBG Mobile, where you need to have the cover and as well as that, the support. And that is something that 4MV does it gracefully. And that's the reason why they always are able to lead in that charge. And this time around, of course, the first bonus is done. The first bonus game is done. Let's also talk about the top players from this game, as East is going to be leading the charge with 5 eliminations, 975 damage. His teammate Refuse right next to him with 4 eliminations, 1035 damage. Oh, wow. And then they've got another teammate right here on the 5th position, right there in the top players list with Apex, sitting with 3 eliminations and 377 damage. 4MV, how do you stop this team? I wonder if at all any team is going to be able to crack the crux in week 2 against them.
Maybe there will be a team. I'm hoping there will be a team that is going to take down the players of 4MV in the coming week. But right now, the week number 1 was entirely about 4MV. The weekend also, they get the 20 bonus points as well. So that means no one is touching their top spot in the overall ranking after this game. This game was also entirely about them. Highest elimination damage, assist also. Highest healings
True.
done are from the side of Maptex Esports. That is valid. Even Maptex Esports, this time they showcased a very good performance. DRS, well, they missed the chicken dinner second time. The previous Erangel also, they came second. This time again coming on the second. So that means the improvement that has been showcased by the players of DRS Gaming in this particular week is also very good. But looking at the match ranking, we have the players of 4MV on the top with 24 points, and we have the players of Maptex Esports on the second spot with 14 points, DRS Gaming on the third with 11 points. IHC, high fragging game came from their side, 8 points to their name, sitting on the fourth spot. Leo Esports, 7 points to their name. But on the bottom, we have Stalwart Esports. What just happened? Stalwart Esports,
Ouch.
I didn't expect this from Stalwart Esports to be taken out pretty early in the game with 0 points.
Exactly. I mean, they were making some rotations. They were trying to make it happen. Then they moved on ahead when they were in a sandwich situation against ASL and IHC. But all of that, I guess it just didn't work out for STE for this game at least. But again, I mean, at least here they were. Hopefully, in the next week, because the next 2 weeks also we're going to be looking at the bonus game. Hopefully, they'll be able to do a lot better performance and get a lot more points, because this point will matter the most when it comes to the finals itself. The number of points they accumulate in the bonus map matters the most, apart from the week games that we play, but league play games that we play. But apart from that, of course, this is looking pretty good. A wonderful start, or rather I would say wonderful end to week 1 itself.
And a wonderful beginning to week number 2, because few teams
True.
who are showcasing improvement in their gameplay, like DRS coming second on the both games, Vikendi and the previous game also. So week 2 is going to be a roller coaster ride for so many other teams also who are right now on the bottom. But I'm very sure week number 2 they will change things around. But on this week in the overall ranking, 4MV, no one is touching them. They are sitting on the top with 253 points.
That is just bonkers, the amount of points they've accumulated. Sitting on the third spot is going to be DRS Gaming with 2 chicken dinners with 158 points. 7 point shy is going to be High Voltage, and then comes in IHC with 134. So there's a clear distinction and bifurcation being created right here. The first 2 teams are in a league of their own. The third and the fourth, DRS and High Voltage, are creating a league of their own. And then comes in, of course, IHC and the rest of their lot. But this is where week 1's storyline is post-match 26. After having played these many matches, we've got these teams trying to still rise up. We've got DEADEYES guys, Bad Intentions, Illuminate True, Raw Officials, SITM. Oh, so many big names that have not been able to make a mark for themselves in week number 1. But hopefully that will change when it continues to week 2. And with that, this is the bonus ranking. This is the most important ranking right here, where, of course, 4Maker Vibes, they walk away with 20 points for themselves. Stalwart Esports, 19. DRS Gaming, 18. And the list goes on further lower.
And if you guys are wondering why Stalwart Esports are awarded 19 points, because the bonus points are awarded based on the overall ranking, where Stalwart Esports are sitting on the second spot, not just based on the Vikendi match. Yes, Vikendi match points are added to the total matches. After that, in the overall ranking, which team is sitting on the top, they get 20 points. Then second team gets the 19 points. So consistency, which we talk about, matters a lot in terms of the bonus ranking as well. So 4MV, 20 points, Stalwart Esports, 19 points, DRS getting 18, High Voltage getting 17 points, IHC getting 16 points, T2K getting 11 points, and every single team is getting something in bonus.
Absolutely, all the way down to 0. Well, not 0, actually 1, because all the 20 teams are going to be provided from 20 all the way down to 1. But in all of that, I'm sure so many teams and viewers as well are not going to be happy that 4MV, they got 20 points extra. They've already got a lead. Why do you have to give them a more banger of a lead? Well, that's just something that is going to be helping for MV, and also going to be so very difficult for other teams to catch up to them. But week 2, definitely going to be a lot of surprises that can be anticipated from these teams. And week 2, now that week 1 comes to an end, week 2 starts on Tuesday, and we automatically know that the 1-day gap that will be provided to these teams is going to be utilized to perfection, because I expect a completely different turn of events on the day number 1 of week 2.
Well, we all do expect different things on week number 2, because now teams are accustomed to each other's gameplay. They do have a read onto each other. They know each other's play style. They know how to cut off the rotation. So week number 2, we are expecting different things. But talking about the elimination leaders of week number 1, Doc is leading the chart with 58 elimination. And look at the amount of damage that he was dishing out, close to 13,000. 12,527 damage and 58 elimination. He is definitely running high in terms of the MVP race.
That is so true. I mean, nobody comes close to him. That's the thing. I mean, not even his teammates. East on the second point with 41 eliminations, 9,718 damage. Nobody comes close. This is going to be a very one-sided affair if this continues on in week 2 as well, as Doc most certainly is rising up to the occasion for the $1,000 that are going to be provided for for being the MVP of the tournament.
Well, certainly, but looking at the survival time of Sleepy from the set of Abrupt Slayers, yes, he's in the race of the MVP, but survival time is something that Abrupt Slayers need to work on, because that was only 17 minutes something for Sleepy. On the other side, for East and other players, it was close to 21 minutes or 20 minutes. So Abrupt Slayers, they need to work on their survival time a bit more, especially Sleepy.
Most certainly. Again, we hope that they're able to utilize all of these things that of course are being discussed, and I'm sure the coaches are going to bring in a lot more information, as tomorrow will be an off for them, and they'll get a little bit of time to recuperate as to what week 1 was all about, and how it went down, and what all changes could be showcased and thrown out there. Guys did not have a good one. Raw officials got up to the top but did not do much about them. There are so many other names as well that could be pointed out and saying that, yep, this was a flaw, that was a flaw. In the end, it all boils down to, can you be the top 16 who'll move into the finals? Because keep in mind, this is a 3-week affair, after which 4th week is going to be the finals. 1 week is done, that means 2 weeks are remaining, and within those 2 weeks, the league play days, that is where the 20 teams are going to have to do everything they can to be in the top 16. With that, of course, we do reach the end of day number 5. Thank you so very much for tuning in. Of course, I've been your host, Blotter, joined along with Shadow as my co-caster as well. We'll be joining along with you very, very soon on Tuesday, same time. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.